BetRivers Sportsbook app has a huge number of live streaming events every day. BetRivers Sportsbook has great offers, including a $250 match bonus on your first deposit, and all bonuses are only one-time playthrough. Amazing offers and great customer service makes BetRivers your hometown sportsbook. Must be 21 or older, playable in Colorado, Illinois, Indiana, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania. See the BetRivers Sportsbook app for details. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In Indiana, call 1-800-9-WITH-IT. Or in Colorado, call 1-800-522-4700. Playable in New Jersey as Play Sugar House.
If you thought there was a sports betting offseason, think again. Our VSiN sports betting experts are working 24/7 to keep you informed on every sport. The over pays the same for a baseball game or a football championship, and our team grinds year-round to help improve your betting IQ on every sport. We have experts in baseball, hockey, golf, basketball, NASCAR, and horse racing. Turn this offseason into a winning season and start your free trial today at vsin.com/subscribe.
VSiN is here to help you learn more about sports betting. Sign up for our free daily newsletter at vsin.com/email, and you'll get show highlights and expert insights every morning. That's vsin.com/email. If you didn't catch VSiN last week, here's some of what you missed.
I'm going into these games with multiple pricing methods, right? You know, I'm going to look at a game differently if one goaltender starts. There's 4 different possibilities here, and that can change the price a lot. And so, you know, I think it'd be fun to be able to take people through that process more.
I love that you that you brought that up, Andy, because that really is what you do at a core level. So I'd never heard you put it that way before. You wake up in the morning. I guess you go to bed at night. You wake up in the morning and you have all the games on the slate with different pricing. You have multiple pricing based on who may or may not play, kind of thing. Are you specifically looking? I would imagine goaltenders is obviously the one biggest thing. But
and if there's a player that's questionable or whatnot, that'll have a price with that player in, a price with him out. And, you know, sometimes I'll even go as far as to saying, okay, I'm willing to bet the game regardless at this price because, you know, I'm comfortable here. So I think, you know, you go into this and there's a whole process to it. And I think the conversation can get a lot more interesting.
What time of morning does that usually happen?
I'm up at 5 a.m. Mountain Time every day. Like, I mean, this is, you know, it's a daily routine.
You are looking live. This is the Draft BetCast, live from the VSiN Studios inside Circa Las Vegas.
Welcome to the VSiN Draft BetCast, live from Circa. Cannot wait for this to unfold. 4 hours worth. That's how long we'll be here anyway. And then all through the night with Tim Murray and JVT for the nightcap and everything as wrap-up show can bring you late into the night. But so much to get into before the draft even starts, Matt. By the way, it's Gill Alexander, Matt Brown, Danielle Alvari. We'll be joined by Brent Musburger, Mike Pritchard, former first-rounder, our own Michael Lombardi. The draft about to start, obviously, with Jacksonville on the clock. But, Matt, this day, more than just the draft itself, and we're going to do all the live numbers, live draft available from DraftKings. It's Rumor Central today, and we may have a blockbuster deal on the horizon.
We're sitting here right now, Gil, Pro Football Talk on their Twitter report. Packers, quote, open to the reality of trading Aaron Rodgers with Broncos' most likely partner.
That on the heels of a Tom Pelissero tweet earlier in the day that said that the Niners had talked to the Packers about Aaron Rodgers. Then Adam Schefter saying that Aaron Rodgers has been disgruntled with the Green Bay Packers. So the intrigue just keeps rising, and we shall see. We shall see. Mark Schlereth saying that it's as close to a deal as can possibly get done.
Yeah, I mean, this is something apparently that has been going on a long time, that they decided that basically, I guess Aaron Rodgers and his camp decided that today would be the day that they wanted to go ahead and really put this out there. But I guess these contract negotiations have been going on for a long time. I did hear a couple of the insiders, Adam Schefter being one of them, talking about it today, where he said this really actually dates back to last year. And it goes back to not only them taking a quarterback in the first round, but trading up to take a quarterback in the first round, as if to say, oh no, we are definitely going to get your replacement, Aaron Rodgers. We're going to get this guy.
Trey Wingo now reporting that Packers reportedly told Aaron Rodgers they were going to trade him in the offseason, then backed off. It's been a bleep show between them ever since, and within the last week, Rodgers told the team, trade or no trade, I'm not coming back. Buckle up, folks, the words of Trey Wingo. Our third partner, of course, here is down on the floor at Circa. She'll be updating prop grades as they come in during the draft, as they are graded, as they cash. It's our own Danielle Alvari. How you doing down there, Danielle?
Hi, guys. So excited. It's really cool to get to be in a sports book for this event, especially because behind me are not just sports fans. They are sports bettors. They have different things to cheer for than just a good draft pick for their team. So in for a very exciting night, Gill.
How many bets do you have personally, Danielle?
I knew you were going to say, you guys know I love to fire a lot of bets usually. I have none. I couldn't pull the trigger on any, which is good because I can cheer for your guys' bets tonight.
Okay.
All right.
Well, we'll keep checking back in with you all through the night. Danielle down there. Let's get Danielle some security down there, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, seriously.
Yeah,
as the night goes on and everyone starts having a lot more fun.
I'm a little worried about her. It's just, first of all, let me answer the question that I just asked of Danielle. I have now 20 draft props that I've made. Now, that may seem like a lot to some. But that's just kind of how it's worked out for me. How about you?
I think I ended up with 27 or 28, something like that. So ended up with 27 or 28. Now, these are all unique, right? There were positions that I got on early, that we got on early, that we thought that this was going to be the way that the draft was going to play out, and or we just didn't believe some of the reports out there as the way that the draft was going to play out. As it became more apparent, Gil, one of the things about being a sports bettor, check your ego at the door, right? And so it's one of the things I had to start coming to the reality this past week, is okay, how can I at least try to maybe not necessarily make money off of this particular bet or this particular prop or this particular spot in the draft, but I can at least give myself at least a little bit of upside and or lessen the blow a little bit. So did a little bit of that as well as we kind of moved into, here we are on Thursday.
Yeah, I think that's important to know what you just said. So while it sounds like it's a lot of individual bets, some of those pockets just sort of counteract each other. Some are hedges against possible losses. But the biggest betting news of all today, beyond the Aaron Rodgers story, which is not necessarily a betting one, this notion of the number 3 pick. And Trey Lance, all of a sudden today becoming the betting favorite to be the number 3 pick in the draft. We will obviously cover that as we approach pick number 3, the most intrigued at that number for sure. It's Gill Alexander, it's Matt Brown, it's Danielle Alvari. This is VSiN's Draft BetCast live from Circa. And we're honored to, in 5 minutes from now, to bring in a legend, Brent Musburger. Curious to hear what he's going to say about, well, he's the voice of the Raiders, who he believes the Raiders will take among other teams, and really just sort of get a sense from him of where he stands on number 3 right now. What about you? Because we have seen this. This has been kind of like the Heisman Trophy, which has gone up and down. Remember, the Heisman Trophy went between 4 guys all year in terms of the betting market. Who was the favorite? Week to week, it changed. We thought it was Mac Jones now running away at the very end.
Right.
Apparently not.
Apparently not. I mean, this started, I woke up this morning and checked the odds this morning, Gil. I mean, this is like something that literally some steam came in about mid-morning Pacific time where it was minus 300 at some books, minus 350 is high, as minus 350 at other books for Mac Jones to be the number 3 pick overall. And then you started to see it, and there was a tick, and there was another tick, and then there was just this massive move to where goes all the way to minus 150 to where Trey Lance was going to be the number 3 pick. Now, we're trying to connect the dots just as much as you guys are. And, Gil and I are texting back and forth. We're trying to figure out what's going on with all that. Producer Kelly Bidlin was with us as well, trying to figure what was going on. Could this have been just based off of a final mock draft that got put out? Could this have come off of, I know Pat McAfee, a guy who's got a pretty big platform out there, had put out that he had heard that it could be Trey Lance. Now, is this just people moving off of, a mock draft and a rumor, or is this something maybe a little bit more that we don't know?
Yeah, Todd McShay also put Trey Lance at number 3 in his latest. That could have had something to do with it. The interesting thing was Mac Jones was interviewed on the NFL Network about an hour ago. He said, I have no idea if San Francisco is picking me or not. And unless he's the best actor in the world, he was dead serious about it. So here we are now on the cusp of, and we're assuming, obviously, Trevor Lawrence is going number 1 to Jacksonville. By the way, I had a buddy who bet $75,000 to win $200 on that. I'm not making that up, at minus $35,000. Yes, that's what some people bet. We think it's Zach Wilson at number 2 to the Jets, but then it's 3. And right now, what is your gut telling you right now about this? If you know that the Niners, by the way, what is this? Does any of this make sense? Did the Packers know about Aaron Rodgers being disgruntled? Did Aaron Rodgers save this to sort of get back at Green Bay? If San Francisco was actually making a run at Aaron Rodgers, shouldn't they have done that prior to the trade? Or did they not know about this? It's all very strange.
Yeah, and I started to look at it, Gill, and the thing to me that was the strangest about this was just mainly the fact that is they don't have a lot to trade. They traded everything to get to 3.
Yeah.
So, like, they don't have a lot to give in order to get that pick, to try to get Aaron Rodgers from them. That's why some of these other teams maybe that are getting mentioned, a Broncos or whatever, makes a little bit more sense to me than the 49ers, because what were you going to do? You were going to give them Jimmy Garoppolo? I mean, like, if they're going to get rid of Aaron Rodgers, wouldn't you be turning to the guy that, again, your first-round pick that you traded up to go get? I mean, that seems like your obvious step, not to take on Jimmy Garoppolo. And so, of course, they gave up future first-round picks to get up to the 3. So it was kind of like, and they're certainly never parting with Bosa. I mean, like, that's not happening. They're never doing. So it was like, okay, you can have our 3, and then talk to us in 2025 or something like that.
Just to clarify what that trade was, again, for those who forget, the 49ers traded their first-rounder this year, their first-rounder next year, their first-rounder in 2023, and a third-round pick, compensatory pick next year's draft to the Dolphins for number 3. The Dolphins later jockeyed around themselves with the Eagles. That was from 12 to 3, and then the Dolphins went back to 6 with the Eagles. But it's an amazing sort of turn of events today, because this is better than any Super Bowl. The fact that we could have Aaron Rodgers, we're supposed to be covering a draft, and we will with live betting and grading props. But the fact that this could be overrun by Aaron Rodgers perhaps going to Denver, if you believe some of the Twitter chatter right now, it's very close to getting done. I don't know, not confirmed yet. And then what of course happens at number 3 is do you believe the Jimmy Garoppolo rumors that he's already dealing with a contract issue with New England? They're already working on the details of that. Who knows? Right.
And this could flip this draft on its head, really. Right.
Oh.
I mean, because this changes things completely. I mean, not near as much as if this had gone, to 3 with the 49ers, of course, because then the draft just goes completely haywire, as we were just assuming that it was definitely going to go quarterback.
Yeah.
But, it certainly still changes a ton. I mean, the Broncos sitting there with that pick, you would assume that pick leaves them now, brings in. So it certainly changes everything that we've got. Hopefully doesn't affect our bets too much. But, we're in for the wild ride here. Listen, Gill, one thing I think we can all, that you and I can both as bettors, if we're going to lose some of these bets, or if we're let's hope not come out of this thing on the losing end tonight, can there at least be utter chaos?
Utter chaos.
Like, that's all we're looking for.
That's what we're rooting for. Let's bring in a gentleman who is, we're just honored to have him on the show. He's one of the founders of VSiN, the Vegas Stats and Information Network. But, of course, you know him from so many years, the NFL Today, ABC College Football, every sport under the sun. And, of course, these days he's the radio voice of the Las Vegas Raiders. It's the great Brent Musburger. Brent, how are you? What a night already.
Hey, Gill. Oh, yeah, it is absolutely awesome. I was chuckling when you guys said total chaos we're in for, perhaps. And I think that would be just wonderful. Aaron Rodgers is like a gigantic cloud hovering over this draft tonight, and the rain starting to come down. Now, you and I both know he's a little bit of a diva, okay?
Yes.
He's a little too cool for school, but he's a great talent. But why? Why does he want to be traded? Does he want to be closer to Los Angeles where they tape Jeopardy? Can he do that on his off day? Lots of things going on. Now, San Francisco. Yes, Trey Lance, the favorite, DraftKings. Big move to Trey away from Mac Jones. I do not think the 49ers want to trade for Rodgers. Okay, that's my own personal opinion. Okay, 2 years ago, they knew his weakness big time. Okay, not only they beat him in the NFC Championship game, they belittled him earlier in the season. Okay, I mean, they decimated Aaron Rodgers, and they could have had him when he came out of Cal, as you know. They passed him in that first round, and they let the Packers take him. But he is the story of the night, and it is strictly stay tuned. Now, one of the things that's happened at DraftKings, they have taken win totals down, not only on the Packers, but on the teams where they think he might wind up playing quarterback this year. You cannot bet totals. I immediately went to the Packers total, and a short time ago when it opened up at DraftKings, it was 10.5. And that just said, go bet the under immediately. Can't do it. The bookies are too smart. You know what I mean? They're just too smart for me.
It's funny how they get the same information we do, Brent. That's the problem with this racket.
And this is why this is going to be, Brent, you're talking about total chaos. So here we go. Per source, there are no negotiations currently happening between the Broncos and Packers. Broncos are prepared for their selection at number 9. Could things change? Yes. Is something imminent? No. That's Pro Football Talk.
Well, there you go.
What happened to this was definitely happening. I mean, this is goodness gracious.
If you're Teddy Bridgewater right now, what are you thinking as well, right? Just having been dealt to the Broncos yesterday for the small price of a 6th-round pick, and you hear all this swirling, and you're like, I cannot catch a break.
Right.
I cannot find a home. With regard to Aaron Rodgers, did you for a moment, you're the play-by-play voice for the Raiders, Brent, did you for a moment think the Raiders could be a destination?
Well, it was interesting that he mentioned them. And again, that's close to California and Los Angeles. There had to be a reason why he threw the Raiders into the mix of teams that he would be willing to play for. I'm sure there's a very strong no-trade clause in his contract, just as there is in Jimmy Garoppolo's with San Francisco. You know, it's interesting, if they do decide to choose the youngster, very inexperienced out of North Dakota State, to me, it means they have to keep Garoppolo or a veteran, okay? Because you cannot turn Trey Lance loose as your starting quarterback from day one. He's just too inexperienced for that role. So obviously it's either Garoppolo or another veteran that they want to have. The Niners, as I recall, were 6-10 last year. And of course, Gill, you and I have talked about the fourth quarter of the Super Bowl. The 49ers had a receiver wide open in the end zone, and Garoppolo missed him, okay? And I'm sure that Kyle Shanahan goes to sleep at night thinking about that play and maybe a couple of plays when he was coaching up Matt Ryan in Atlanta, and they blew that big lead to the New England Patriots in that particular Super Bowl. First and foremost, coaches have told me around the NFL, your quarterback has to be accurate. That's what you look for more than anything else, because a turnover is so critical in this league. We can blue sky all these numbers and everything you want, but when you go to Monday and you look if you won or lost your bets, turnovers, if you're turning that ball over, you're probably losing your bets, if you know what I mean.
Brent, we talked about number 3, obviously, and this is certainly super intriguing, but then, 4 seems to be still a little bit up in the air as well. I mean, there were a lot of people who were writing off Matt Ryan. I thought he didn't play all that bad. I thought the problem was on the defensive side of the ball, to be perfectly honest. But you look in Matt Ryan, apparently a lot of people want to stick a fork in him. But then you have the generational talent in Pitts as well. What do you think happens at 4, and what would you do if you had 4?
Great spot and a great question, okay? I'm saying the phone's open. Give me a call. If you like what a team is offering, I'm talking now about Atlanta, you go ahead and trade out of 4. Matt Ryan can be your quarterback at least for 1 more year and maybe 2. You do not have to draft a quarterback of the future, in my opinion. And if you don't like what you're being offered, take this generational talent they're talking about at tight end. After Trevor Lawrence, when you talk to scouts just about talent, regardless of position, okay, Kyle Pitts frequently is number 2 on most every scout's mind, okay? I mean, this is a youngster, 6'6 plus. He's got great speed. The tight end position, and I've seen it with Waller with the Raiders, is really changing. The Mike Ditka, my hero, used to line up tight, man, and he used to go after Nitschke, and he used to go after linebackers, and he'd catch passes in the middle of the field. Now, you move tight ends all over the field. You slot them. Sometimes they're out wide, and Pitts can do all of this, okay? And he also is not a bad blocker. So he could be an automatic plus for Atlanta if they don't like what they're on. I think the Falcons are sitting in the catbird seat, to tell you the truth, because they've got their quarterback in place for next year. And now they can either get an abundance of picks in exchange for whatever player the other team might want, or they can just select Mr. Pitts and go on about their business. It would give them another weapon in the NFC South. So I think it's a question of the night, other than San Francisco. Once we clear San Francisco and we get this off the books, okay, there's so many great things to talk about in this particular draft. This is going to be some night in the NFL, guys. Listen to me about this. This is going to be just a wonderful night, and we're going to have some trades that we're not expecting. We always do, and we just wait and see.
It is going to be fascinating. Even beyond 3, like you said, you think about Waller and Kittle and Kelsey, the elite tight ends in the National Football League. They were all 5th-round picks, and now we're talking about someone going in the 4th pick overall, which would be unbelievable. The Raiders are at 17, Brent. I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you about them specifically.
Right, exactly. Whatever the line coach, Cable, and he's done a good job with the offensive line, he has to rebuild the right side of it, okay, from center Hudson on over through Trent Brown. If they think Brandon Parker can hold up there, then they can go to the defensive side of the ball, Gill, and they can take. Now, they might be overdrafting Morig, but there are not a lot of safeties. He's out of TCU, so they certainly could go there. You never fail if you draft a defensive rushman. That's the most important part of your defense over there. Or if there's a corner that they think they can add, they can go in that particular direction. But I think it all depends on whether or not they're satisfied with Brandon Parker at right tackle, because this is a good group of tackles. And what that means is, yes, you can get an elite probably at 17, but you might get a very good one in the 2nd round, okay? So you can go to the defensive side of the ball. The Raiders haven't drafted well. Last year they did not draft well at all. Let's be perfectly honest, okay? Damon Arnett was a disappointment at corner. He probably should have gone later in that particular draft. So we shall see what they decide. The other thing is they could also trade out and just get additional picks because they need bodies on defense. There's no doubt about that, Gill.
Brent Musburger, everybody, founder of VSiN, and, of course, a cultural icon for all of us who have all followed sports since we were little kids. Thank you, Brent. We really appreciate it.
Thanks, Gill. Talk to you later.
Enjoy the draft. Brent Musburger on the show. DraftKings has their live numbers up.
I just got did you get chills whenever you pulled it up? I know.
It's a beautiful thing.
I got chills.
Now, we should point out the Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock for the number 1 pick in the draft. Apparently, they want to use the entire clock. Don't ask us why. And so what DraftKings is doing is they've got them up about 4 picks in advance. Is that what I'm seeing here?
It's looking like about 4 picks in advance. So right now, you could pick, pick 5. You could pick 6, pick 7. You could even pick the position. Guys, this is not even just like basic stuff. You can pick offense or defensive player. You can pick the position of the player to come. So we'll see what offerings continue to get listed here. But, I mean, it's pretty great. I mean, if you look right now, Gil, like if you didn't happen to get in, right? I mean, as we sit right now, at least anyway, that the Bengals are sitting there at 5, that the Dolphins are sitting there at 6. If you're convinced the Dolphins are going to take a wide receiver come hell or high water, no matter what, it's minus 150 right now if you want it.
Right. Of course, the one caveat, the one sort of thing that could torpedo all of that is if there are trades.
Trades, right.
And then the team you think is picking at 5 or 6 may be completely different, and their needs obviously will be different as well. Should be fascinating, man. So we'll see if the Jaguars with 4:45 left on their clock. Again, I don't know why they need a whole clock. But it looks like they will have their pick by the time we get back.
They're soaking it in.
Yeah.
There's a moment for this squad.
And then the New York Jets will be on the clock right after that. It is the 2021 NFL Draft, the VSiN Draft Cast, live from Circa. Gill Alexander, Matt Brown. We'll have Michael Lombardi, Mike Pritchard, Danielle Alvari with us. Come on back.
When you deposit on DraftKings Sportsbook, you can get a bonus up to $1,000. But what are you going to do with all that cash? Throw it on a lock? How about a 5-team parlay? You hit it, you are swimming in moolah. Signing up is simple, and getting a deposit bonus up to $1,000 makes it even sweeter. So download the DraftKings Sportsbook app. Get your bonus and make it rain.
The spring sports calendar is packed with betting opportunities, and our VSiN experts are on top of all the betting action. We're looking at early season baseball trends, what teams are peaking and tanking heading into the NBA and NHL playoffs to give you the betting edge. Cashing tickets is our goal no matter what sport or season, and this spring you can count on the VSiN experts to stay on top of every angle. Start your free trial today at vsin.com/subscribe and put our team to work for you. Did you miss a VSiN show? We have multiple daily and weekly podcasts to keep you up to date on all the latest sports betting action. VSiN Best Bets bring you the highlights from our daily lineup of shows, including Follow the Money and a numbers game. Market Insights with Josh Applebaum gets you ready with the latest lines in action. Beating the Book with Gill Alexander provides the insider view on analytics-based betting strategy from professional bettors, handicappers, and sportsbook operators. Visit vsin.com/podcast today to find all of our podcast options. Deposit bonus up to $1,000. Simply download the app and use promo code VSiN, that's VSIN, and get started with the only top-rated sportsbook that matters, DraftKings. You can bet on it. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, crisis counseling and referral services can be accessed by calling 1-800-GAMBLER or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. Eligibility restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for full terms and conditions. Welcome back into VSiN's Draft BetCast. Still down here in the sportsbook right now, Danielle Alvari, and we have the first pick in. Gil, Matt, who do you think it's going to be?
No clue.
For my buddy,
we were talking about this we were talking about this during the break. We're like, I wonder who this could be.
Yes, for my buddy's sake, who bet $75,000 to make $200. I sure hope it's Trevor Lawrence for his sake. Roger Goodell about to make that selection. Trevor Lawrence, by the way, on the heels of another thing that was mentioned today, that Tim Tebow wants to get back into the league, and a report that he and Urban Meyer bought houses close together. Obviously, people immediately go to maybe Tim Tebow ends up with Jacksonville as a tight end, by the way.
And it is official. So there you go.
There it is.
Everyone can breathe easy.
Oh, congratulations on your $200, buddy.
Look, here's one of those. It's one of those situations, Gil, we were talking about this. I mean, it was. If you're this franchise and if you're the Jaguars, you got to feel pretty good about where you're at right now, right? I mean, at least it's a fresh start. Like you got new coach, new quarterback. You got another pick later on as well. You can maybe get him a weapon from that standpoint. I mean, you got to feel pretty good about them. And listen, this is a division that a little shaky right now. Could be had, not necessarily this year, obviously, but, get a year under these guys' belts, get Urban Meyer a year to kind of get his stuff together over there and get his system in place. It could be very interesting. But again, minus 10,000 on this one too. If you wanted, I don't think there's a lot of people out there who were betting this.
Yeah, that's one in the quarterback category, though. For those betting the quarterback prop, obviously you counted on Trevor Lawrence going number one. Trevor Lawrence, 90 touchdowns, 70 picks in 40 games, 36 starts during his time at Clemson. 2020 Heisman runner-up, 34-2 straight up in those 36 starts. Over 3,000 passing yards last year, 24 touchdowns against 5 picks, 8 rushing touchdowns as well. If there's anything underrated about Trevor Lawrence, it's his ability to use his legs. He's the one guy that in all this run-up to the draft, we rarely talked about, right? Because it was already fait accompli that he was going to the Jaguars. You're an LSU guy, so you saw this firsthand a couple years ago. The 2 losses, we know where those losses were. They were on the biggest stage of them all. He wasn't great. Does that give you any concern at all?
I don't try to, a little bit obviously, but I don't try to be a quarterback evaluator, right? Like I don't try to be a talent evaluator. I listen to these guys that do it all the time and know better than me. And so, if they tell me that this guy has every single tool of, when you start comparing a guy to Andrew Luck, that is, the surest prospect since Andrew Luck. We know that Andrew Luck did pan out. He was every bit the guy that people thought, whenever they hyped him up as much as they did. So I kind of look at this and say, if that's what you're telling me, guys, I believe it.
Yeah. Mel Kiper has him as his 4th greatest prospect of all time at quarterback.
See, he's been doing it quite a while.
How about that?
Yeah.
John Elway being number 1, by the way. The New York Jets now on the clock. And all indications are that they will go with BYU standout quarterback Zach Wilson. It's after that where it gets pretty funky.
Yeah, this had gotten up to, they pulled the number 1 pick, Gill. We were talking about this. They pulled the number 1 pick about a half an hour before. The only thing they left up was the number 2 pick. If you wanted Zach Wilson, you could also lay that minus 10,000 if you wanted to. So 10 grand to win 100. I don't think a lot of people's bankrolls are sufficient enough to do that. So, like I said, draft really begins at pick number 3.
Is there any bit of doubt about Zach Wilson going to the Jets?
The funny thing is the one thing we didn't get the Jets just coming out all the time and saying, like, we can't wait to get our guy.
They really haven't mentioned it at all.
Like we can't wait to get our guy. We can't wait to start the Wilson era here and all that. Like, it was always just assumed, and there's a lot of people who are in the know who just, again, were saying that was going to be the case, but definitely not one of those things where they were taking out billboards or anything.
No, for sure. And what a culture shock from Utah to New York City this would be for Zach Wilson. As the Jets decide this offseason, they're done with Sam Darnold. They trade him to Carolina. So that obviously was there more than to tell that they were going to draft a quarterback, and it was very clear some weeks ago that it was, in fact, going to be Zach Wilson from BYU. So if you're the Jets, again, we often talk about how, who teams are going to draft, what their needs are. We rarely talk about how they got here. Remember, the Jets won in Week 16. They beat the Rams. A lot of us who had the Rams in Survivor that week remember that. That was Week 15, And then Week 16, they went ahead and they beat the Browns. And that's why they're poised to draft Zach Wilson and not Trevor Lawrence, who the Jaguars just got generational talent, apparently, according to many, moments ago. We will do that. Pick number 2. We'll update the live odds. It's VSiN and the 2021 Draft BetCast live from Circa.
It's $1 Million Hoop season, and DraftKings is giving you a shot to turn big buckets into big bucks. That's right, new customers play free for millions with their first deposit. Just craft your winning lineup of players and turn baskets into bread with your team all season long. So download the DraftKings Daily Fantasy app, sign up with the promo code, and take your free shot at millions in prizes. DraftKings, make it rain.
Check out the VSiN store for the latest and greatest in sports betting fashion. We have more than 40 shirt designs, including our most popular one. Cash and tickets is what it's all about. You'll find VSiN shirts and hats for any occasion, and they're all made to order, so you can find the right design, color, and size perfect just for you. You'll find VSiN hats and even VSiN coffee mugs, all in our online store. Just go to VSiN.com/store and order now. That's VSiN.com/store.
Before you place your next bet, visit VSiN.com for all the latest data and powerful betting tools. Start with our live odds, team comparisons, and previews for every game on the schedule. Then dive deeper with live tracking of betting trends and line movements. And don't miss our unique tools, including odds comparisons from sportsbooks across the country, prop bet search engine, and custom parlay calculator. Everything you need to increase your betting knowledge and confidence is at your fingertips. Visit VSiN.com today.
The Kentucky Derby is Saturday evening, and the VSiN horse racing experts are analyzing the horses, jockeys, track conditions, starting positions, and prior race results to find the betting edge. Whether you play the horses every week or search the terms exacta and trifecta once a year during the Triple Crown, our team is here to get you ready to make your best bet on the Run for the Roses. Visit vsin.com/horses to find our full race coverage, special offers from our partners, and picks from horse racing specialists, including Dave Tooley, Ron Flatter, Jeff Siegel, and Jeremy Plonk on that's vsin.com/horses. Welcome back into VSiN's Draft BetCast. Gill, Matt, Zach Wilson is officially a Jet.
He is.
Time to get weird, Gill. Let's get weird in here.
Now's when it actually starts. Zach Wilson is, in fact, a New York Jet. 33 touchdowns against 3 picks last year. 11 yards per attempt, 12.6 air yards per attempt. I mean, the stats are gaudy, but he couldn't go into Coastal Carolina and beat them. That's obviously the concern, is the level of competition noteworthy enough or reflective of what he can do at the higher level.
Yeah, I mean, there were a lot of guys, again, who scout this a lot more than we do, who basically said the only quarterback that they had a ton of conviction was Trevor Lawrence. And then past that, everybody was a little bit of a question mark past that. And so we shall see with Zach Wilson, but I'll have you know, Gill, in the mock draft that I did in my head, I'm 2 for 2. I'm perfect 2 for 2 right now.
Good
feeling
for
good,
you.
Yeah, feeling good about it. Yes.
And 2 quarterbacks. Again, the first round prop with quarterbacks back early on in the prop season for draft props. It was 4.5. That was an easy over, but it's been 5.5 for most of this run up to the 2021 NFL draft. And the question is not, will 5 be drafted? The question is, will 6? And I said on the morning show today on the radio side, I think Tampa Bay with the final pick in the first round, and I know you have a significant position on under 5.5. I worry about number 32 with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We'll see.
We will see. Yeah,
that'll be the ultimate sweat tonight.
George Kittle just tweeted the 2 little googly eyes.
Oh boy, is this
great? 5
minutes left on the clock for the Niners at number 3. They are on the clock, and this is really where the intrigue begins. And so I ask you, this is what we have spent most of our time, not just us, but everybody talking about. This is the moment in the draft from which all follows. Right now, what does your gut tell you as Trey Lance became again today, and just today, the favorite to be drafted number 3.
If I had a little bit more to go with why he did, then maybe I could get there. But it just seems to me, seems to me if everybody that has any sort of intel said it's Mac Jones outside of a mock draft coming out today and a rumor from a radio host, I guess I just have to go with Mac Jones. I don't get it, right? But I mean, I'm just going with what I think actually happened.
This is so fabulous. By the way, DraftKings is doing live. They're doing it about 4 picks in advance. And we wanted to make a point because right before Zach Wilson was drafted, so that was 2, and obviously then 4 forward, they were showing positions to be drafted at number 6. And even if you haven't made any draft props pre-flop, such opportunities,
right?
Because if you really believe what the Dolphins were doing there, what could they get?
Yeah, I mean, this is literally not that far off of where we were before the draft started. Now, we knew where 1 and 2 were going to go, but still, you're able to gain information before you're making these picks, and you could have picked wide receiver for the Dolphins at -150, where this was going off at like -130, -140 before the draft. So you're actually gaining additional information and getting nearly the same line that you were getting, somewhere along the way with this. And so again, this is something just to monitor, especially as we continue to go further on into this draft, Gil. This is something we'll try to highlight if we have any inclination as to what may or may not happen should things stand pat. We're always could be victim to trades here, but that's just the way that it is. Hey, we're gambling, right? We're gambling on this stuff.
That's why they call it gambling. -150 on the Dolphins to draft a wide receiver at 6. By the way, let me be clear, not the Dolphins to draft a wide receiver, but whoever picks at number 6 to draft a wide receiver. So if you believe the Dolphins stay there, that's one thing. If there's a trade, obviously that would not go well for you, perhaps, for that pick, unless someone else was trading up for a wide receiver. This is the moment. I mean, if you're the Niners, and we sort of talked about, let's just, for those of you who don't know, Matt and I host, along with Danielle Alvari and along with Kelly Bidlin, we host VSiN's Primetime Action. And when the trade happened between the Niners and the Dolphins, with the Niners trading that haul of 3 first-round picks plus to the Dolphins, the Niners trading that to the Dolphins to get to number 3, our immediate reaction on Primetime Action was, there's no way they're trading up to draft Mac Jones at 3. It's either Lance or Justin Fields. And then, of course, the next morning, we saw that most folks in mainstream media, including Adam Schefter, Matt Mayoko from the Bay Area, also our own Michael Lombardi, all sort of said, oh, it's definitely Mac Jones. And then we saw it go back and forth and back and forth. And here we are right on the cusp of this, less than 2 minutes left before the Niners have to put their pick in. We still don't know.
We still don't know. And Gil, one of the things I think that we should point out is we were also against that mainly because of what they had to give up to get to 3. Not necessarily they were moving up to 3 to get Mac Jones. If they were sold on Mac Jones, going up and making sure that you could get him by going up to 3 is one thing. But to give away all of the picks in the future that they did as well was one of the reasons why we're like, man, that just seems like a lot for a guy that most people, if you remember when the line opened, it was 15.5 on Mac Jones.
Yes.
15.5. That went from 15.5 to 9.5 whenever there was a little bit of more rumblings about how well he did. Goes to 9.5, which is where you had it and have it actually as we speak right now. And then it moves all the way to 3.5. And so this is a guy that's why we were saying, like, man, it just seems like if this was the guy you wanted, you didn't have to go all the way to 3, or certainly didn't have to mortgage all this future to get him at 3. But, they are football guys, Gills, and we are not.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing, and we should be clear. We don't feel comfortable talking about talent evaluation.
Right.
We just want to comment on the game of the draft, and that's where our bets emanate from. And by the way, just because we thought that the Niners weren't going to make that trade to draft Mac Jones, that doesn't mean we don't like Mac Jones, right? Like it has nothing to do with an assessment of Mac Jones. It's just how we feel the draft would go.
It is not Mac Jones.
The pick is in, and it is not Mac Jones.
It is not.
Is that right?
Mac Jones. It is Trey Lance.
Is that official?
Yeah. It is.
Wow.
It is Trey Lance.
And so our initial instinct is correct. Where are you getting that from?
This is,
it has happened?
Yeah, this is apparently, because we don't have the audio here.
We don't have the audio, but we're watching, but we don't see it on the screen yet either. But that is the deal, apparently. And Roger Goodell is making his way to the podium right now to make this announcement. And if that is the case, Matt, our initial instincts have been corroborated.
Yeah,
from
Albert Breer, Matt Miyoko.
There it is.
All of them.
Some of the people who initially said it was going to be Mac Jones. The San Francisco 49ers, with the number 3 pick, have selected Trey Lance from North Dakota State, and the Niners fans at the draft in Cleveland are going wild. That fan base wanted nothing to do with Mac Jones, generally speaking. We're coming back right here on VSiN's DraftCast. The night has just begun.
When you deposit on DraftKings Sportsbook, you can get a bonus up to $1,000. But what are you going to do with all that cash? Throw it on a lock? How about a 5-team parlay? You hit it, you are swimming in moolah. Signing up is simple, and getting a deposit bonus up to $1,000 makes it even sweeter. So download the DraftKings Sportsbook app. Get your bonus and make it rain.
Every day brings another opportunity to improve your sports betting knowledge, and the VSiN experts are working around the clock to give you the betting edge. Subscribe today to gain access to the full betting experience of our team of professional bettors, expert guests, and sportsbook insiders. Get the data and analysis you need to improve your sports betting IQ. Start your free trial today at vsin.com/subscribe and take your sports betting game to the next level.
Welcome back to VSiN's Draft BetCast, live from Circa. It's Gill Alexander, Matt Brown, Danielle Alvari alongside. What a moment right there. No surprise with 1 and 2. Trevor Lawrence to Jacksonville, Zach Wilson to the Jets. And then, ladies and gentlemen, Trey Lance is the pick for the San Francisco 49ers at number 3, the quarterback out of North Dakota State.
And just joining us, we were talking about this, Gill. Like, this was minus 300 to minus 350, depending on the book, to Mac Jones this morning when we woke up.
And then it all flipped.
Gets down to minus 150 for Trey Lance to go in this spot. I don't know who knew. I don't know who
Somebody
knew what.
Knew something.
Yeah, I don't know who knew what and where something got leaked or something. But like we talked about this a little bit on air, but the smoke didn't really start until about 24 hours for Baker Mayfield. Remember, like it was kind of like, is this really going to happen? Baker's really going to go, and then it ended up happening. And then we see this one, not even 24 hours. We are talking hours before the draft. It somehow leaks out, somehow gets out. Massive, massive, massive movement. And here we go. Trey Lance ends up at minus 150 and ends up as the guy that goes as the third pick.
Our initial instincts were correct.
Yes.
No matter how many times people told us, no, it's Mac Jones. We said from the beginning, said doesn't make it. The last person we thought it was going to be was Mac Jones. Let's bring in the host of the Lombardi line at VSiN. His name of his podcast is Gridiron Genius. He also wrote the book, GM Shuffle. The name of the book is Gridiron Genius. He works at The Athletic as well. It's M Lombardi NFL on Twitter. It's our own Michael Lombardi. How you doing, Michael?
Oh, I'm doing good, Gill. I'm just a little surprised by this. I was told all along it was going to be Mac, but, those things happen. I guess they kind of thought it was the better way to go. We shall see. I think the best thing I kept telling everybody, is play both. The odds were in your favor. Everybody was talking about Justin Fields being third, but I think the odds were in your favor if you took both and you made money.
Let me ask you this, and I asked you some version of this last night on Primetime Action, Michael. Last year, you were given some intel from Miami, and you're right, it wasn't just you who got it. And you stated last night you felt like they lied to everybody. After this experience now, do you feel like you just sort of want to shy away from draft intel like this?
Not really, no. I think it was, I don't know what actually happened. I kept saying there was an internal debate between Lance and Jones. And I really felt like the internal debate was Kyle wanted Jones, and I'm surprised by it. I really am. I've said all along, if you were going to build a quarterback for what Kyle wanted, it would have been Mac Jones. And I'm surprised he went in this direction. But, this is a lot to put on a kid who's played 19 games. You've turned your franchise over to him. And you're going to ask him to come in. He's not ready to play right now. The fact that they were willing to trade Garoppolo led me to think that it was really Mac Jones. So it was more deductive reasoning. But look, you got to admit if you're wrong. Like I said, I think as bettors, we try to give the best advice. Bet both of them. The numbers were in your favor if you did both.
So, Michael, you just kind of brought it up right there. Does that give you the inclination then that Jimmy G probably stays put here? Because, is this going to be like more he's a bridge, and how is he going to take that? Because, essentially he understands that even if he starts at the beginning of this year, the long-term plan is certainly not for him. So is he going to back them into a corner where it's kind of like, no, I want out of here now because I understand I'm not going to be the starter next year?
Yeah, but he has control of the trade too, so he can get the first pick. He can pick where he gets to go. I was surprised. My first instinct when this happened was I thought it was going to be Lance, but then I thought the reason if they would trade, because they wanted to keep Jimmy at the time. But then when they started talking about trading Jimmy, you can't play Trey Lance next year. It's going to be hard for him to play right away.
And that was sort of what I was saying the whole time. Like, if you're going to trade all of that, are you going to redshirt a guy you trade all of that up to get? And one might imagine that is the case. By the way, the Atlanta Falcons now have made the 4th pick in the draft, and it is, in fact, Kyle Pitts, the tight end from Florida. By the way, I aired earlier when I said the elite tight ends in this league were all 5th-round picks. I sold Travis Kelce short. Kelce was a 3rd. Kittle was a 5th. And Waller was a 6th, but the point remains here now with the 4th pick overall in the draft. The Falcons are taking the unicorn that is Kyle Pitts. How do you like this pick, Michael?
We thought this was going to go. I liked Kyle Pitts at 5.5 and under. We talked about that all week too. I would have taken the offensive tackle here. I think he's a really good athlete. He can run. He catches it. He can really impact the passing game. He's going to be an edge blocker, really blocking the support, not blocking the end of the line. But he's a playmaker, and, this is what they get the ball. He can get the ball in the end zone. I think that's what they want. So, for me, I would have taken the left tackle, but, they gave up 120 sacks over the last 3 years. I'm surprised by this. I'm not surprised by this. I'm really surprised by the Trey Lance one because the narrative didn't fit. There's one thing you get told by people what you want to do, but it's all got to fit together. And now they're going to have to play Jimmy, and how that's going to work out, I don't know.
Well, let me ask you this, Michael, because this begs the question now with Mac Jones, right? Everybody seemed to have him slotted, or those that bet on him anyway, and those that were told it was Mac Jones thought this was going to be the pick at 3 just before this. How far do you think Mac Jones slides now? For those of us who bets at like at 9.5, I'm a little worried now.
No, I wouldn't be. I think 8's going to go. I think he could go 8. I think he could go 7. I think there'll be some teams that try to go up to get him. I think they were shocked by this. I think there's some teams that were really shocked. I know Atlanta, wasn't a team that was going to take a quarterback. They made a decision, but I think there's some teams that probably thought, this puts maybe Denver's in play now. I don't really think it. I think you got some teams that are picking in the teens that maybe now can move up to 8 and still get the guy.
Did you make anything of the Aaron Rodgers to Denver rumors from earlier today?
I mean, look, I think it's really hard to put a trade like Aaron Rodgers together in about 10 hours. I think it's going to take some time. And, for me, I think that, that Denver would be a good spot, but I don't see Green Bay being willing to make that move right yet. I think Green Bay's got to give this more time. And if it's that broken there, then I would say that, if it's that broken, you got to do it. But I think you need time to really survey the market, because he doesn't have a no trade clause in his contract. He's trying to go to a place, but you should make the best trade wherever you want to go.
Cincinnati Bengals on the clock right now at number 5. Do you think they go with Penei Sewell, the offensive tackle, to protect Joe Burrow, or do you think they go Chase here?
I think that's what they should do. And if they do that, that's smart. If they go Chase, then, they have a receiver. That doesn't make sense to me. You can't block. Your quarterback was on the operating table. So I think there's no doubt that they should go the left tackle. But once again, nothing will surprise me. I've heard inside their building that they were leaning towards the tackle. We shall see.
Well, Michael, we're going to let you go. We appreciate it because we're going to talk to you a little later on tonight. But let me just
call me back.
Let me just don't before you go. Let me just one more thing about the number 3 pick. How would you characterize it? Because we caught you right as this happened. Is shell shocked too exaggerated for how you feel right now about this?
No, I mean, we knew it was between Lance and Jones. I'm surprised because I was talking to people all day about it, and I felt very comfortable that it was going to be Mac, and the people that I were talking about thought it was going to be Mac. So obviously they did a really good job of camouflaging it.
All right, Michael, we'll call you back later. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Gill.
Michael Lombardi from the Lombardi line at VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Julio Jones, Calvin Ridley, Hayden Hurst, and now Kyle Pitts.
Oh, man.
Scoring points should be no problem moving forward for the Falcons. Now, stopping the other team from scoring points should be the focus for the rest of this draft for them, but scoring points should be no problem for this team.
Yeah, we thought the Cowboys would be the team with the number 1 offense and the number 32 defense. Falcons are like, hold my beer.
Yeah.
We might be that team.
Yeah.
But this is, Kyle Pitts to the Falcons. First of all, I don't think we've even absorbed the Trey Lance to the Niners.
We have not.
And we have not gone through our bets yet. We both had Trey Lance at number 3 as part of our bets. You got a better number than I did. So we're very pumped by this. But Kyle Pitts to the Falcons at number 4. If you talk about who has been described as generational in this draft, you hear it about Pitts at tight end. You hear it about Sewell at offensive tackle. You hear it about Lawrence at quarterback. 2 of those guys are gone now. Pitts to the Falcons. Some people thought that the Niners traded up to number 3, that whole haul, to actually take Pitts and to sort of have a Pitts-Kittle combination that would be reminiscent of a Gronk-Aaron Hernandez thing about a decade ago. That obviously did not happen. Let me get your thoughts because we asked Michael his thoughts. But back to the Niners and Trey Lance. Let's say Trey Lance becomes, a Hall of Fame quarterback, okay? And we don't know if that's going to be the case or not, obviously. But just from a sheer draft management standpoint, are you just sort of beside yourself that the Niners traded 3 first-round picks, obviously one of them was a swap, to get to number 3 to draft a kid out of North Dakota State who, is all the potential in the world, all the upside in the world, but certainly not as polished as the other guys?
Yeah, I am pretty shocked. That being said, is what we talked about the whole time, and the reason why the Jones thing just didn't make sense and why we were convinced that it couldn't be him was because you move to 3 for upside, right? You're not moving to 3 for a floor. That is just not what you do. You don't move heaven and earth to get a guy with a high floor. You need a ceiling right there. You need the guy that can come in and be, look at where the quarterback position is trending. It's trending to Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes, and that is what we're going for here in the NFL. And so trading up to 3, moving heaven and earth to get Mac Jones just didn't make a ton of sense, And so that for sure is listen, I don't know if we're necessarily validated. We thought it could, early on we thought it was certainly going to be Justin Fields, but it was one of those situations where I could not imagine moving up to draft a floor. It had to be a ceiling.
Yeah, and I really mean what I asked of Michael. I have an under 9.5 on Mac Jones. As great as hitting Trey Lance at number 3 is, I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure that's going to hit right now. The Bengals, their pick is in. We don't have an announcement yet. Will it be Penei Sewell? Will it be Jamar Chase out of LSU, the wideout? Will Joe Burrow get his protection? Will he get his buddy from LSU? I will say this. First wideout drafted, we're seeing at minus 2,000 now.
Yeah.
You and for Jamar Chase. You and I got it at minus 550 and minus 500 respectively when this market first started. So we'll see if it's the Bengals at 5 picking Chase, or will they go Sewell, and will the Dolphins have to make a choice?
And a big pick here for Jamar Chase. His over-under had moved to 5.5 as well. So this is big for people who bet the 5.5 as well.
We won't get it in before the break, but we will right afterwards right here on VSiN's Draft BetCast live from Circa. Come on back.
It's $1 million hoop season, and DraftKings is giving you a shot to turn big buckets into big bucks. That's right, new customers play free for millions with their first deposit. Just craft your winning lineup of players and turn baskets into bread with your team all season long. So download the DraftKings Daily Fantasy app, sign up with the promo code, and take your free shot at millions in prizes. DraftKings, make it rain.
If you thought there was a sports betting offseason, think again. Our VSiN sports betting experts are working 24/7 to keep you informed on every sport. The over pays the same for a baseball game or a football championship, and our team grinds year-round to help improve your betting IQ on every sport. We have experts in baseball, hockey, golf, basketball, NASCAR, and horse racing. Turn this offseason into a winning season and start your free trial today at VSiN.com/subscribe.
New to VSiN, the best way to learn more about sports betting and how VSiN can help you is to sign up for our free daily email. You'll receive an email every morning with show highlights and expert insights. Sign up for free today at VSiN.com/email. That's VSIN.com/email.
You are looking live. This is the Draft BetCast, live from the VSiN Studios inside Circa Las Vegas.
Download the DraftKings Casino app now and use promo code VSiN to get a deposit bonus up to $1,500. DraftKings Casino has hundreds of ways to play. Choose from slots, blackjack, roulette, and so much more. It's also U.S.-based, making it safe, secure, and reliable, so you can deposit and withdraw your money at your convenience. If you or somebody you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available to play in New Jersey, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and West Virginia only. Must be 21 or older. Eligibility restrictions apply. For entertainment purposes only. No results guaranteed. Void where prohibited. See casino.draftkings.com for full details. Gill, Matt, One bettor did bet $100,000 on Mac Jones to go third overall at plus 175. That does not cash.
Ouch.
Another DraftKings bettor, though, did have $75,000 on Trey Lance to go third overall at even money, so that's an easy $75K for him there. Well, shouldn't say easy. That was a sweat for all of us. And now the Bengals in with the fourth pick. They do go with the LSU wide receiver, Jamar Chase. Matt, you think Joe Burrow's going to be happy about this?
He is jumping up and down right now. There is no doubt about that. And so are Gill and I, because a couple of the very biggest props that we had got home with that one for sure.
Yeah, Jamar Chase under every which way, 6 under 6.5. First wide receiver taken was really the one we laid the most juice on. That was the one that had to get home. And in fact, he is Jamar Chase, who took a year off at LSU. And in many ways, that year off may have boosted his draft stock. He ends up as the first wideout taken, number 5 to Cincinnati. So Joe Burrow gets his former teammate. And now with number 6, having Jamar Chase now off the board.
This is big for me.
The Miami Dolphins, by the way, Chase going at 5 also secured my Penei Sewell over 5.5. It looks like the Dolphins are going offensive line and Sewell here. Is that what we're hearing?
No.
We're not hearing that.
It looks like they're going wide receiver, actually, which is great for my Dolphins' first pick wide receiver. And also,
is it
Jalen Waddle?
Oh, it's Jalen Waddle.
Is what it looks like.
Wow.
Is what it looks like. I also have Jalen Waddle to Dolphins and Dolphins' first pick to be a wide receiver. So things are going good so far. We're rolling pretty good so far.
Things are going great in terms of the bets, and we'll throw up our bets here momentarily to go through them all. But think about the Dolphins now. The Dolphins, who Jamar Chase, we don't know if that was their first choice at wideout or not. But the Bengals decided to go with Chase at 5. The Dolphins go with the speedster, Jalen Waddle at number 6 from Alabama. The first Alabama player off the board since Mac Jones was not selected earlier. And so think about it. Devontae Smith, and I've said this numerous times, and I know I'm driving people crazy saying this, but again, on championship night when Alabama was winning the national championship and Devontae Smith was having a first half for the ages before he got hurt, the notion that he is not the first wideout picked, he's not even the second wideout picked, it's his buddy, it's his teammate at Alabama, Jalen Waddle. Speed sells, and NFL teams can't resist the speed, and the Dolphins certainly couldn't with Waddle. Devontae, at best, is going to be the third wide receiver off the board. Slight of build, that's the knock. He's 165 pounds, but the Dolphins have their man in Waddle, hoping that he can bring a sort of Tyreek Hill aspect to their offense.
Yeah, and listen, this was one of those things here where if Chase had been here, they'd have taken Chase. And that's why everybody had that mocked, and that was just, if he'd have been there, they'd have taken him. They have to get Tua weapons. We talked about this time and time again. I'm going to say it again in case you're joining us for the first time here. Devontae Parker, 1.7 yards of separation, was tied with A.J. Green for dead last in the NFL. Mike Gesicki, dead last among tight ends when it came to separation as well. Tua had no chance, Gil. Tua had no chance. He had to get a weapon here. They had to go with Waddle.
They had to go with Waddle. And that is that stat that you for all the Tua haters, if you don't factor in that advanced stat about separation of receivers, you don't get the full picture on Tua.
Right.
Now, I don't know if he's going to be great in the future, but you have to at least give him that runway to actually have space between receivers and those covering them. By the way, DraftKings live odds right now are ahead to the 10th pick. That would right now be the Dallas Cowboys at 10. The favorite for them, cornerback safety at minus 335. They've been most associated with Patrick Surtain among members of the secondary. We shall see if that's the case. The Detroit Lions now on the clock at number 7. And the Lions
have quite a decision here.
Well, they could go any position on a football field.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. They have quite the decision here because I imagine they didn't think when they first sat down in their draft room so many weeks ago that Justin Fields would be there, that Penei Sewell would be there. And now do you want to go one of the corner? I mean, there's so many different options here for this team.
So many. So very many. It's Gill Alexander. It's Matt Brown. It is VSiN's Draft BetCast live from Circa. We are here through the night, at least till 9 p.m. Pacific, 12 midnight Eastern. get through as much of the first round as possible. Jonathan Von Tobel, Tim Murray from the Nightcap will join us a little later on, as will Mike Pritchard this hour. Former first-round pick Mike Pritchard, get his thoughts on, among other things, the two wideouts that have been drafted already. Jamar Chase at 5 to the Bengals and Jalen Waddle at 6 to the Miami Dolphins. Let's take a look at some of our draft bets. Let's look at all of them, as a matter of fact. Let's go with mine first, if we will. This is one page of them. Now they're in no particular order. Justin Fields' second overall pick was a flyer. That's at 8-1. That did not get home. But over 4.5 wide receivers drafted in the first round. These were all my initial bets, and these were the lower limit ones. Over 4.5 wide receivers, well on its way at -250. Over 17.5 offensive players drafted in the first round, -170, well on its way, as it's been all offense thus far through the first 6 picks. Penei Sewell over 5.5 has cashed. Jamar Chase, first wide receiver to be drafted, and Jamar Chase under 6, all have cashed. By the way, at the bottom of the page there, my latest bets that were made just today. New Orleans with the first pick in their draft to go defense. Tampa Bay at plus money, first pick in their draft to go offense. But the continuing the ones at the top, Jamar Chase, I bet it again under 6.5. That has cashed. First round tight ends under 1.5. Prove me wrong. Bet that at the South Point here in town. Pitt's already in. I don't think there's going to be another tight end. The Chargers, who are picking 13th, will they pick an offensive lineman? I bet that they will at -120. The only other defeat so far, Justin Fields' third overall pick at +140. I'm happy to have lost those. No problem whatsoever. We'll find out about Terrace Marshall under 30.5. I don't necessarily expect to win that, but if there's a run on wide receivers, we shall see. Another slew of winners here with Kyle Pitts under 5.5. Kyle Pitts under 5.5 again. I bet it consecutively when it was opened at a shop here across town at circa -140 and -170. Those have cashed already. Mac Jones under 9.5. I don't know. I may lose that. I'm a little worried about that one. Trey Lance, third overall pick. I didn't get a great number, but I'll take it at +112. Devontae is a loser. That was just a shot in the dark at 6-1 in case it wasn't Jamar Chase. Happy to... no problem losing that, and we'll find out if J.C. Horn is the first defensive player picked. So far, nothing but goodness. The only losses being the long shots.
Yeah, feeling really good as well. I mean, if we want to run through mine real quick. I mean, again, we played the Justin Fields bets early, but then came in on Trey Lance, third overall pick. That hits. Feeling really, really good about that. The ones I had to win. I mean, these are two that I had to win right here. Were the Jamar Chase ones. Jamar Chase, first wide receiver, and Jamar Chase under 6.5. Really, really invested in those. So those were the ones that really needed to get home. Also, if we go to the next page here, Dolphins first pick at wide receiver. That one is home as well. We got Kyle Pitts to the Falcons. That's home. Trey Lance to the Bears. That's no longer good. That was a long shot, 12-1. That was us trying to read the tea leaves. We thought Mac Jones was going to go 3, but had my bases covered with him back at the with the number 3 pick overall at him as well. Jalen Waddle to the Dolphins. Exactly. Have that one. That one's going to cash as well. Devontae Smith to the Dolphins. So I knew it was going to be a wide receiver. So it was one of the two. We bet 2. They're both plus money. So we make money no matter what on those. And we'll see how this plays out with Alabama players. And we'll see how this plays out, with some of these other first positions to be, Gill, you and I, at least for me, for sure. I don't know what your biggest sweat is remaining. I need 5 receivers very badly. We have 2 already in the books. I need 5 very, very badly.
More accurately, you don't need a 6th is the point. You're under 5.5. You do not want a 6th.
No. I have over 4.5 receivers.
Oh, you do?
Yes.
Oh, I thought you had under 5.
No. I have over 4.5 wide receivers.
Okay, you're going to get your 5.
So I need over 5 right here. We said that they're putting out odds, about 4 picks in advance. So we're looking way down at the 11th pick right now over at DraftKings. Of course, that is currently sitting with the New York Giants. If you did want in on that one, wide receiver is what is favored right now at -143, cornerback at +400, defensive lineman 500, linebacker 500, offensive lineman 500. So basically, wide receiver is the thought here. Devontae Smith still on the board. Could he go before then? I suppose there is a chance he could go before then, but highly unlikely, Gill. It would, if you look at the Panthers, probably not. You look at the Broncos, definitely not. Cowboys, they're not going to take a wide receiver yet again. So I can understand why the Giants sitting at -143 if you think this holds place. If you don't think that any trades come in and anything occurs here, then it looks like the pick is in for Detroit. It looks like they're pretty happy about it, whatever it might be.
Detroit offense was a huge favorite for the Lions at minus 341. Defense was about 255, plus 255 coming back. Probably, offense big chalk. They have so many options here, right?
Penei Sewell. It's it. It is.
And that's the one they go with. The Lions had so many needs. You didn't know if they were going to add at wideout to help Jared Goff. But Penei Sewell, I guess we can say, fell to the Detroit Lions at number 7. Again, Sewell, some people tagging him with that word, generational, took the year off, just like Jamar Chase. I mean, that's one of the biggest headlines of this draft. One of them is the fact that you have guys in Jamar Chase and guys like Trey Lance and guys like Penei Sewell who you haven't seen play in a year. And yet that seems to have helped, not hindered, 3 of those guys in the top 7. And Sewell goes to the Lions. So, in fact, offense cashes if you bet that for the Detroit Lions at a hefty price. So, Penei Sewell, no sacks allowed back in 2019. No quarterback pressures in 9 games. Is that good?
That seems pretty good.
That's pretty good. Again, total offensive lineman drafted. That prop is at 6.5, so there's your first on the board. But as I mentioned, I hit the over 5.5. That actually had gone up to 6.5 at one point, so I had a great line on that. Odds to be top 10 picks here. This is courtesy of DraftKings, of course. Look at some of these. Trey Lance cashes at minus 500. Jalen Waddle cashes at minus 150. Still going down that list. None of the other guys that we mentioned, but the biggest juice yet to come here, Justin Fields. There are folks who bet Justin Fields to be a top 10 pick and laid the $5. Well, we got 3 picks left in the top 10. Not yet anyway.
No, and I mean, look, it is pretty interesting here. By the way, if we really kind of break this down, Gill, that the 11, the Giants wide receiver. I mean, listen, like I said, if you look at that right now, I mean, not likely that the Panthers take a wide receiver. Highly unlikely, I would think. Broncos, of course. I mean, they have Cortland Sutton, they have Jerry Jeudy, KJ Hamler. They're set. We know that the Cowboys are set as well at wide receiver. It seems like it could fall right in the Giants' lap for a Devontae Smith pick here.
I want to do this on the fly with Kelly back there. Forgive me, Kelly, for doing this. We had exacta bets at DraftKings as well that were offered, and specifically it was 3, 4, 5 that was offered at DraftKings. And we talked about this on Primetime Action, and I think we even seized on and what it actually obviously became was Lance at 3, Pitts at 4, and then Chase at 5. I believe that was a 10-to-1 payoff.
Something along those lines.
So,
for sure.
So anybody who got that one, that's a big payoff for them, an exacta. Which again, shout out to DraftKings for offering that kind of wager as well. If you bet that earlier in the show, the Lance pick going at 3 must have made you very happy, knowing that Pitts and Chase were far more likely thereafter. So it's again Lawrence 1, Wilson 2 as expected. The big surprise for some, Trey Lance at 3 to the San Francisco 49ers. Kyle Pitts goes to the Falcons at 4. At 5, the Bengals opt for wideout help for Joe Burrow. They go Jamar Chase. Jalen Waddle, the speedster from Bama, who blew out his knee but came back there late. 6th to the Dolphins, and then 7, the Detroit Lions, who had all kinds of needs. They go to Penei Sewell.
Reuniting 2 different receivers with their college quarterbacks right there. In Jamar Chase with Joe Burrow and Jalen Waddle with Tua Tagovailoa right there. And that was why I was asking, when I was asking Michael Lombardi throughout the course of the week, like, what kind of say do these younger quarterbacks have as well, right? And like, again, they might have had no say whatsoever in this, but you have to know they were rooting to get one of their guys in there. You have to know that.
Can we go back to the quarterbacks for a second? Because remember, there were some folks who were saying, look, 1, 2, 3, we can expect that. Didn't know necessarily who 3 would be. People had their ideas, but 1, 2, 3, we could expect that. There were some people who thought we'd go 1, 2, 3, 4, that there might be a trade to the Falcons, somebody coveting one of the other quarterbacks that had not been selected yet. There were even some folks, and these props were out there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with quarterbacks. Well, of the big 5 anyway, we still have Justin Fields out there, and we have Mac Jones out there. And these are the 2 guys that played in the national championship game. But what have we said about Alabama and Ohio State quarterbacks all throughout this run-up? There are no great Ohio State quarterbacks in NFL history. There are very few quarterbacks from Alabama, and you have to go back a long way to the Ken Stablers and the Joe Namaths of the world to remember or to find great, truly great quarterbacks out of Alabama that have made it on the next level. And this is the thing. Where does the talent of the Alabama quarterback end, and where do the players around them begin? Mm-hmm. And that's a very difficult assessment for NFL teams to make, and at least thus far, those are the two quarterbacks on the outside.
Yeah, I mean, we will find out now for sure what Joe Burrow and what Tua Tagovailoa are made of, because, I mean, the weapons around them now at this point, and granted, it's a little bit different in Joe Burrow's case. They're obviously going to have to go after offensive linemen in the second round. I mean, they're going to have to fix that line throughout the course of the rest of this draft. But, both of these guys now, it cannot be pointed to when we're talking about weapons. They have all the weapons that they need at this point. So we're going to find out these guys have what it takes. I mean, Joe Burrow looked the part up until getting injured, for sure. He looked the part. There were Tua doubters out there. I think Tua didn't get necessarily the best shake. Again, now that he's got his guy in there, one of the fastest guys in the entire draft, getting separation should not be a problem, should open up for those other guys as well. Devontae Parker just wasn't really built to be a number one. And so now that he's a number two, this could be this should be, again, a much better offense as well. But man, this is how about this? We're bettors, Gill.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So Julio Jones, Calvin Ridley, Hayden Hurst, Kyle Pitts. Is it crazy it's got to be astronomical odds for like Matt Ryan to be MVP or something like that, right? For him to it's got to be astronomical. If he doesn't have a massive season with those weapons,
a massive statistical season at the least.
A massive statistical season, and have and as long as they can muster up just a good enough record, right, for him to be considered. I don't know, man. Like we didn't think he was done. We didn't think he was done. And there it is. South Carolina has taken J.C. Horn.
There it is. First defensive player drafted. I believe we've hit another. I love betting the NFL draft.
First defensive player.
J.C. Horn out of South Carolina, standout corner, goes to the Carolina Panthers at number 8. That is a huge one for us as well. By the way, if you watch tape on J.C. Horn, he leaps off the video as NFL ready. Horn, 31% completion rate allowed on coverage last season. That was second in the SEC. Just a tremendous talent. And so it is not Patrick Surtain. It is not Micah Parsons as the first defensive player. It is, in fact, J.C. Horn, who the Panthers, watching video of him right now, as a matter of fact, just a tremendous athlete and a guy who was complete shutdown for the Gamecocks this past season. They get their man, and that is the first defensive player drafted at number 8. Oh, and you hit first pick cornerback for the Panthers as well?
Plus 600.
Oh, somebody did even better than I did. Look at you.
First defensive player and cornerback at plus 600.
Wow. So this is fascinating too, because it was in the run up to this, it was often considered that Micah Parsons might be the first. In early mocks, it looked like Micah Parsons. Then Patrick Surtain, the second, who was often paired with the Dallas Cowboys at 10, still may go to Dallas at 10. But in fact, after all the things that happened, and specifically the Teddy Bridgewater trade yesterday from Carolina to Denver, Carolina already deciding they had Sam Darnold. They decided to go defense here. How do you feel about Carolina, by the way? This is a great pickup for them on defense. But they've hitched their wagon to Sam Darnold on offense, and we'll see what Matt Rule can do with that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, this is they didn't have really anybody as far as corners went, and so that was kind of one of those. If you were watching the show last night with us, I was saying, like, I just went in and basically dug in and said, what can we at least draw a line to, right? And that was kind of like where I was like, can at least draw a line to some of these bets. And one of the things is just they were just completely demolished at the corner position. They had nobody, and so I was wondering if maybe they would go ahead and be tempted for that. I can tell you this, Gill, with this being the Broncos pick right now, we're going to find out how serious this Aaron Rodgers deal may or may not have been, because we have Mac Jones and we have Justin Fields still sitting on the board right now.
Yes.
So we're going to find out if that was actually a thing or if that was not a thing, because if they take one of those guys now, you got to assume that Aaron Rodgers is not going there.
And a lot of people said yesterday, even after the trade, again, that brought Teddy Bridgewater to Denver for the low cost of a 6th-round pick. And by the way, Denver only paying $3 million of his $10 million salary. Carolina still on the hook for $7 million of it. A lot of people said right after that, including Adam Schefter, that does not take them out of the market of drafting a quarterback at number 9. So we shall see if, in fact, the Denver Broncos, the trade partners of the Carolina Panthers yesterday, if they, in fact, decide to go quarterback at number 9. If you're Teddy Bear sitting at home, Teddy Bridgewater, you're like, please
he's sitting there, fingers crossed. He's like, come on, trade, get out of the pick.
We'll see if that happens. Danielle will update us on the other side. We'll talk to Mike Pritchard. It's VSiN's Draft BetCast 2021 live from Circa.
When you deposit on DraftKings Sportsbook, you can get a bonus up to $1,000. But what are you going to do with all that cash? Throw it on a lock? How about a 5-team parlay? You hit it, you are swimming in moolah. Signing up is simple, and getting a deposit bonus up to $1,000 makes it even sweeter. So download the DraftKings Sportsbook app. Get your bonus and make it rain.
The spring sports calendar is packed with betting opportunities, and our VSiN experts are on top of all the betting action. We're looking at early season baseball trends, what teams are peaking and tanking heading into the NBA and NHL playoffs to give you the betting edge. Cashing tickets is our goal no matter what sport or season, and this spring you can count on the VSiN experts to stay on top of every angle. Start your free trial today at vsin.com/subscribe and put our team to work for you. If you thought there was a sports betting offseason, think again. Our VSiN sports betting experts are working 24/7 to keep you informed on every sport. The over pays the same for a baseball game or a football championship, and our team grinds year-round to help improve your betting IQ on every sport. We have experts in baseball, hockey, golf, basketball, NASCAR, and horse racing. Turn this offseason into a winning season and start your free trial today at vsin.com/subscribe. Join the action on DraftKings, the leader in daily fantasy sports. Just download the app and use promo code VSiN when you sign up to compete for cash prizes each week. Don't wait. Sign up now, and new customers get a deposit bonus of up to $500. That's code VSIN when you sign up. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. Must be 18 years or older. Eligibility restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com for details. We are back with VSiN's Draft BetCast, and it looks like the Broncos pick is just about in. Gill, is this going to be the offensive player that hits that over for you?
No, I tell you what, this will be actually, Danielle, my first real losing prop, because the only other ones were long shot flyers for specific picks. But as a protection against Trey Lance at 3, I took Mac Jones under 9.5. That ain't happening. The Broncos are going defense. They are going with Patrick Surtain out of Bama at number 9. The corner from Bama, whose dad was a great NFL player for the Dolphins. They snatch him from under Dallas.
So who now is not going to be able to get Horn or Surtain.
Won't get Horn or Surtain. Pitts, who they were rumored to be trading for, that ain't happening, though Jerry Jones shot down those rumors. So Dallas ends up holding the bag, if you will.
So this is why I took Cowboys' first pick to be an offensive lineman. So I have that bet looming here because in a scenario, I did not think, to be perfectly honest with you, if we're pulling the curtain back a little bit, I did not think necessarily that Horn and Surtain would both be gone. I actually thought Sewell might still be sitting there. And then it becomes a situation where they go, can we really pass on this guy? Well, now the 2 corners they wanted are gone. And so I might luck into this, them taking an offensive lineman here because just the guys that they want are gone.
Well, you make a great point. They didn't get Sewell either, right? So,
yeah.
the most impactful Dallas Cowboys drafts in modern history were the one that they decided not to draft Johnny Manziel. They went with the 2 offensive linemen, and that really created a foundation for what turned out to be a great offense with Dak Prescott and Ezekiel Elliott down the road. And instead, no Sewell here either. So the Cowboys, everybody seemingly that they've been mocked with, whether it's Sewell, whether it's Surtain, whether it's a trade up for Pitts, they don't get him now. Do they end up with Micah Parsons at 10? Who do they go with here?
I mean,
you think offensive line
could
still?
Could it be Slater? Could it be Rashawn Slater?
Could be Slater.
Could it be Rashawn Slater and they go offensive line here? Or does this now become a trade candidate?
Well, I was just about to say, here's the one thing that hasn't happened in this draft yet. There hadn't been a trade.
Right.
There's much rumored, obviously, both with draft picks and without, talking about the Aaron Rodgers thing earlier today. No trade thus far. An NFL first round typically averages about 4.5 trades. We still may yet get there, but it hasn't happened in the top 10. And Justin Fields and Mac Jones are still out there. They are not targets of the Cowboys at 10.
Well, and I think one of the things we can point out, too, with pick 9, with them passing on Jones and Fields, maybe there is legs to this Aaron Rodgers thing after all.
Wait, so say that again?
With the Broncos passing on both Fields and Jones there with this pick, maybe there is legs to this Aaron Rodgers thing.
Yeah, maybe. It's all speculative.
Yeah.
Who knows? Maybe that story happens tomorrow. I don't know. First round tonight, by the way. 2nd and 3rd tomorrow from Cleveland. 4th through 7th through the weekend. That's how this works. Next year in Las Vegas, the draft that didn't happen last year because of the pandemic, rescheduled for next year. That ought to be fun. Hopefully Nevada Gaming opens a whole bunch of these props that we can bet, that others can bet elsewhere. Perhaps we can bet them in Nevada next year.
We would like to think so.
We would like to think so. Cowboys on the clock here. The biggest headline of this so far, Trey Lance, number 3 to San Francisco. Everything else is secondary.
Oh, yeah, for sure. For sure, because this was one of those, it seemed like it was 100% set in stone that it was going to be Mac Jones. And it was, and I think, like you said, you saw Mac Jones' interview earlier. I think deep down he probably thought it was going to be him. Right? Because everybody was basically telling him that it was going to be him.
Yeah. But I go back to the NFL Network interview from earlier today, and he watched it, and he says, I have no idea. And you could tell he was telling the truth. He had no idea if San Francisco was going to pick him. And guess what? San Francisco wasn't picking him. By the way, from DraftKings, here are the Trey Lance splits. San Francisco 49ers had 50% of the handle, ultimately. 24% of the total number of tickets. So they did get the most of each. Ultimately, and this is over the course of the entire arc of of when these draft props were up. So no telling at what point most of the money or most of the tickets came in. But generally speaking, San Francisco to draft Trey Lance, they were the team that got most of the money and most of the tickets.
The Eagles are trading up with the Cowboys for this pick.
Division rivals making a trade. We'll get to that. Mike Pritchard will join us as well. It's VSiN's live draft betcast, from Circa. Come on back.
It's $1 million hoop season, and DraftKings is giving you a shot to turn big buckets into big bucks. That's right, new customers play free for millions with their first deposit. Just craft your winning lineup of players and turn baskets into bread with your team all season long. So download the DraftKings Daily Fantasy app, sign up with the promo code, and take your free shot at millions in prizes. DraftKings, make it rain.
This is VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. The VSiN experts live and breathe sports betting, and we've assembled the best team here in Vegas, the gambling capital of the world. Our unique approach helps you learn how to become a better handicapper. We go beyond picks and predictions to discuss the numbers and analysis that matter to sports bettors. The action never stops, and we are always on for you with TV, radio, and digital coverage. Invest in your sports betting success. Visit VSiN.com to learn more.
Check out the VSiN store for the latest and greatest in sports betting fashion. We have more than 40 shirt designs, including our most popular one. Cash and tickets is what it's all about. You'll find VSiN shirts and hats for any occasion, and they're all made to order, so you can find the right design, color, and size perfect just for you. You'll find VSiN hats and even VSiN coffee mugs, all in our online store. Just go to VSiN.com/store and order now. That's VSiN.com/store.
Kentucky Derby is Saturday evening, and the VSiN horse racing experts are analyzing the horses, jockeys, track conditions, starting positions, and prior race results to find the betting edge. Whether you play the horses every week or search the terms exacta and trifecta once a year during the Triple Crown, our team is here to get you ready to make the best bet on the run for the roses. Visit VSiN.com/horses to find our full race coverage, special VSiN offers from our partners, and picks from horse racing specialists, including Dave Tooley, Ron Flatter, Jeff Siegel, and Jeremy Plonk. That's VSiN.com/horses. Welcome back into VSiN's Draft BetCast. Pick 10 going on right now. The Cowboys did trade that pick to the Eagles. They traded up 2 spots. Gil, now what do you think's going to happen?
Back up here in the studio at Circa here for our live Draft BetCast. Gill Alexander, Matt Brown, Mike Pritchard joins us from Betting Across America, which you can hear on VSiN weekdays at noon Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern. Mike, you're a 1991 first-round draft pick. You were the 13th pick of the draft for the Atlanta Falcons. Take us back to what happened that day.
You want all the details or
just the ones that we were talking about off
Yeah. Well, you know what? I woke up late because we had a guy named Alfred Williams who was projected to go 4th overall to the Denver Broncos. He did not go to Denver Broncos. They drafted Mike Kroll from Nebraska. So I woke up late talking to my roommate. I still had Sandman in my eye and thinking that, okay, where's Alfred Williams going to go? And this was around pick 5. And back then, Gill, there was 15 minutes between each pick. So it was a marathon. So around pick 9, I'm still in my pajamas. I'll clean it up a little bit. And the phone started ringing. The phone started ringing, and it was teams in the draft or teams on the board that wanted to select me. So
Devontae Smith, guys.
Devontae Smith goes. Okay.
Devontae Smith.
That's
to
awesome.
the Eagles.
So not to interrupt your story.
Sure.
But here, so this is intriguing because you had 3 division rivals at 10, 11, and 12. Everybody in the East but Washington.
This is Jerry Jones flipping the bird to the Giants.
So you had Dallas at 10, the Giants at 11, and the Eagles at 12. And the Eagles steal Devontae Smith from the Giants.
Yes. That is what we just had happen.
Details of the deal besides a 12 to 10 swap?
It hasn't come out yet.
Hasn't come out yet. So Devontae Smith, and Mike, you could speak to this because you're obviously a former wideout. Devontae becomes the 3rd wideout selected in the first 10 picks of this draft. 3 wide receivers, along with 3 quarterbacks, by the way, but 3 wide receivers in the top 10. This was once a position where folks said, yeah, you don't draft a wide receiver that high. That has obviously flipped.
Yes, it has. This league is now about the scoreboard and a lot of points being scored. I mean, look at the quarterbacks, look at the wide receivers, valued more so than running backs. So my draft, the run-on receivers started with Herman Moore, then Alvin Harper, then myself. So I was the 3rd wide receiver selected. So right now you're seeing a run-on wide receivers with Waddle and Smith here. It was certainly started with Jamar Chase. So I'm not surprised at all with this run on wide receivers right now.
And all it took, and we're getting details of the trade now, all it took for the Eagles to move up 2 picks on the 10 to 12 swap was to give the Cowboys the 84th overall pick in the draft.
In a roundabout way, another reuniting of a quarterback and a wide receiver as well.
In a roundabout way.
Yeah.
Right.
That's right. In a roundabout way in terms of Jalen Hurts, once upon a time at Alabama, reuniting now with Devontae Smith, the Heisman Trophy winner.
That is now 3 Bama players in the top 10.
3 Bama players in the top 10, 3 wide receivers. Remember, the prop is 4.5. And by the way, the 84th pick in the draft, I shouldn't minimize it, didn't mean to do so. That's a 3rd round pick. So it took a 3rd round pick in addition to the swap to make it happen. So the Giants now left, sort of holding the bag.
Here we go, Gil. Here we go. Bears have traded to the 11. Here's where the quarterback goes.
Here it is.
Quarterback Mac Jones.
Oh my God, I need this badly.
Or Justin Fields. Justin Fields probably, right?
Well,
Mike, Justin Fields.
Yeah.
We don't know yet which. Okay. We don't know if it's a quarterback. We don't know if it's Justin Fields, but we apologize for our enthusiasm because we are just hitting bets left and right. And
no, that's true. I mean, this is what this is about, right? Cashing these tickets.
It's all we care about. It's really all we care about. But you made 2 bets on the Bears with quarterbacks, and you did it just before the Teddy Bridgewater trade. So you almost got a little fortunate there.
I did get a little bit fortunate, but it was basically just going in and trying to draw a line to some of these long shot bets, so the longer shot bets anyway, and going and finding a quarterback needy team. We knew that the Bears were a quarterback needy team. There was rumors that Fields and Lance were going to fall. That ended up not being the case with Lance, but there was rumors that Fields and Lance were going to fall. And they seemed like a prime candidate to come up and get one of these guys. Again, I don't even care at this point. Like, just the fact that it almost is playing out is worth it enough to me.
Well, let's just say for Chicago Bears fans, I mean, there is not a more quarterback-starved franchise in football.
Right. And we talked about this on the show today, Betting Across America, about Minnesota perhaps trading up. We didn't know how high. We know Philadelphia wanted to trade around. We talked about Minnesota. We talked about New England. But there were some strong rumors out there about Chicago trading up, and here you go. If they want their quarterback, now's the time to select that quarterback.
Between Smith, Waddle, and Chase, who was the first of the wideouts picked, you as a former wideout, who's the guy you like the best of the bunch?
Jamar Chase. He's just prototypical. I think he's going to be a star reuniting with Burrow. I think now the offense can really function. Now, I know people are probably going to be worried about Burrow being protected, but there's a lot of offensive linemen falling, obviously, right? So I think when you snake back around in that second round, Cincinnati can grab an offensive lineman. So getting a playmaker like Jamar Chase, you just do not pass him up. Kind of like Atlanta not passing up Kyle Pitts as well. So I'm looking for more receivers off the board, more explosive players off the board as well.
I look at it this way too: is we're a passing league. More and more teams are running basically almost exclusively 3 wide receiver sets. The majority of these teams now, so you have to have better wide receivers. You have to be deeper at that position. You have to have more guys that can play, and you get in Chase to pair alongside Boyd and I've in T Higgins as well. And so now you have a really, really good trio. And like I said, if they think that there's somebody in the second round, third round, maybe that they can build that line around. And maybe it takes them a year to actually get good, but the Bengals aren't going anywhere next year anyway, right? They're not going anywhere next year anyway. So
you need this to be Justin Fields for your prop to cash?
I need this to be Justin Fields.
Okay. What's your number?
9-1.
We are getting to that stage where if it is in fact Justin Fields, and Justin Fields now coming into camera view at his home in Georgia. So we're wondering if this is Justin Fields, but if it is Fields, we are quickly getting into the Aaron Rodgers draft day situation with Mac Jones, which is never comfortable.
No, it's not. And I feel for Mac Jones, to be honest with you. I think he was used, which is not kind, but it happens in this business. And it's unfortunate. He should never be in Cleveland. He should not be in Cleveland right now. He's not a top 10 pick. He's not even a top 15 pick, to be honest with you guys. And I just feel for him right now, sitting in that room right now.
It's Justin Fields.
He got it?
And,
yes.
Matt Cash is 9-1, baby. Nice job. Well done. Get it done.
Yes, sir.
Mike, appreciate it, man, as always.
Appreciate you guys. Absolutely.
Mike Pritchard, co-host of Betting Across America, weekdays, 12 noon Pacific at VSiN, coming back right here on our Draft BetCast live from Circa at VSiN.
When you deposit on DraftKings Sportsbook, you can get a bonus up to $1,000. But what are you going to do with all that cash? Throw it on a lock? How about a 5-team parlay? You hit it, you are swimming in moolah. Signing up is simple, and getting a deposit bonus up to $1,000 makes it even sweeter. So download the DraftKings Sportsbook app. Get your bonus and make it rain.
The spring sports calendar is packed with betting opportunities, and our VSiN experts are on top of all the betting action. We're looking at early season baseball trends, what teams are peaking and tanking heading into the NBA and NHL playoffs to give you the betting edge. Cashing tickets is our goal no matter what sport or season, and this spring you can count on the VSiN experts to stay on top of every angle. Start your free trial today at vsin.com/subscribe and put our team to work for you. Are you VIP material? DraftKings VIPs enjoy exclusive benefits, enhanced promotional offers, top-tier customer support, access to personalized contests, and more. Visit DraftKings.com/VSiN to learn more. Plus, everyone can download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now, and new customers can get up to $1,000 as a sign-up bonus. Sign up with the promo code VSiN to claim your exclusive offer. If you or somebody you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-GAMBLER or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. Must be 21 or older. Eligibility restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Welcome back into VSiN's Draft BetCast. The Bears have a new quarterback. It's Justin Fields. Matt Brown, that's a big cash for you, is it not?
Did you see celebration from down there up here in the booth? Yes, that was a 9-1 hit right there. That was really, really, really good. That was quite fortunate. Things just kind of played out. I mean, you get lucky sometimes in these things, and so things played out to get to that point.
Look at you. I thought I was running well. You are crushing after that one. And so for those who missed it, and Mike Pritchard is part of the fun here, so we're hanging out with Mike Pritchard on our live betcast, our live draft betcast, live from Circuits. Gill Alexander, Matt Brown, and Mike Pritchard. The last few picks, again, J.C. Horn at 8 to the Panthers' first defensive player taken at 9. The Broncos went with Patrick Surtain, who was largely mocked to be paired with Dallas at 10, but instead the Broncos take him at 9 after acquiring Teddy Bridgewater yesterday. They go defense. And then you had a situation where you had 3 NFC East rivals back-to-back-to-back, Cowboys, Giants, Eagles. Giants sitting in the middle. Eagles and Cowboys swap 12 and 10. Eagles also send a third-rounder to Dallas, and they grab Devontae Smith before the Giants, who were largely rumored to get him at 11, could get to him. And then the Giants, we don't know if it's because they couldn't get Devontae or not, they make a deal with the Bears. The Bears get the 11th pick. The Giants get the 20th overall pick, the 164, and a first-rounder and a fourth-rounder next year.
Wow.
For giving that up. A first-rounder next year involved in that, plus, of course, the swap in the first round. And the Bears, the much-maligned quarterback position that has always plagued this franchise, even though Andy Dalton was penciled in to be their starter this year, it's Justin Fields now for the Bears at 11. They go to the Ohio State quarterback.
A little bit more excitement for Justin Fields than Andy Dalton, I would say, right now for Chicago Bear fans. And it makes sense. I mean, Justin Fields, he's a tremendous player. He really is. And I think he fell because of processing, things. People were worried about that with him. But he's going to fit in with Nagy and what they do out there in Chicago. We're all cashing tickets. I had Pitts, first non-quarterback taken.
Nice.
So we're all having fun up here tonight.
So let me get back to that Justin Fields point. You said Justin Fields was the knock, because we had heard several knocks, right? We had heard, we did a podcast, Matt and I did, with our Michael Lombardi and Drew Dinsick, where he was saying there was some question about Justin Fields' mechanics. You say it was a processing thing?
More so than processing. I think more so than, mechanics.
Is that fair?
Processing, well, it depends on what you're doing in college. I mean, you're coming to the National Football League in which you have to process. The hash marks are different. The speed of the game is different.
But I mean, for him specifically, was there anything in his college career that gave you a question about that?
Yeah, there was. I never thought he was special in college. I thought he was a great college quarterback, but not a special guy that was worthy of a top 5 pick. And then when he ran to 4.4, you saw athleticism. And so, okay, maybe that's special to a number of teams out there. And I think it will be for Nagy and what he wants to do with that offense in Chicago. You have a two-way threat now at quarterback with Justin Fields, and we'll see if they can make it work.
Dallas now on the clock at 12. They've always had the need at cornerback. They could go offensive line.
We got another one already. We got it.
What's
Micah Parsons?
Micah Parsons goes to Dallas.
First linebacker.
Micah Parsons. Another guy. Micah Parsons goes 12 to Dallas. Micah Parsons, the 4th player in the top 12 to have taken a year off last year for the Nittany Lions. Back in 2019, though, he's the first freshman in the history of the Nittany Lions, which is linebacker U, as we already know it. He's the first freshman to ever lead the Nittany Lions in tackles, doing that in 2019. He was minus 400 to be the first linebacker drafted. Was that a big bet for you? You needed that one.
Because that was minus 350.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was. I laid a ton of juice on that one, so I needed that one to get home for sure. And Gil, what this does is set us up for that Chargers offensive line as well, because Slater is sitting there.
Yep.
and it would make all the sense in the world for Slater to go.
Vera Tucker's there too, and I know the Chargers are interested in that guy. So,
and I guess if you're the Dallas Cowboys, this is on the heels of Sean Lee's retirement.
Right.
You just plug in Micah Parsons there and hope that you get 10 years out of Micah Parsons at linebacker.
Well, think about Dallas now. They got Van Der Esch and this guy. I mean, they are loaded at linebacker now.
Van Der Esch at Boise State was nothing but a fabulous pick for them. Another one for young Matt Brown there at the bottom of the screen. Micah Parsons, first linebacker drafted at minus 350. But you're so right. So we both have. Do you have the Chargers pick at offensive lineman as well? I bet this one at just behind us here, where we're live from Circa, about a couple weeks ago. And it is set up for him. Do you think the Chargers help out Justin Herbert here and go offensive line?
I think they do. You got a new head coach out there, a new philosophy. You got to protect Justin Herbert, certainly. They had some guys retire on them as well. So, yeah, I mean, it makes a ton of sense. And Vera Tucker, he's projected to be an all-pro, Pro Bowl type of player. He plays guard as well as tackle, so he makes a lot of sense. But so does the other Slater guy. I mean, he's still out there. I mean, there's some tremendous players still on the board right now because of quarterbacks and wide receivers.
Yeah, and let me just project ahead. Obviously, we're waiting for the 13th pick, and the Chargers now, sitting there at 15, Mike, are the New England Patriots. And it is no secret that they are in the market for a quarterback. The question is, are they in the market for Mac Jones?
That's a great question. Bill Belichick was at the pro day for Mac Jones, and everybody saw his reaction when Mac Jones overthrew a ball. Now, some people thought that was theatrics. You know, he was overplaying his discomfort right there with Mac Jones, and maybe he was reacting to something else on the field too. But they do need a quarterback, and Mac Jones reminds me of Kurt Warner more so than any other quarterback from a pocket standpoint. So if New England's looking for a quarterback for the future, Mac Jones makes a ton of sense.
By the way, DraftKings live odds, Matt, and we should point this out again. Pick 17, as pick 13 is about to come in, is the next one. Offensive lineman, the short shot at plus 150 for the Las Vegas Raiders, who are slated at 17. But remember, when we talked about this before, we talked about it with the Dallas Cowboys at number 10. And remember, these aren't by team, these are by number pick. And cornerback was the huge favorite at minus 335. Obviously, they end up making the trade. It ends up being a wide receiver in Devontae Smith, who goes to the Eagles, not to the Cowboys at all. So that's the one pitfall with the live betting. Trades will get you.
And it does look like, I mean, as you guys continue to kind of like forecast forward, again, we have these, we can't predict trades, right? So like we can kind of only go with what we're looking at. And as you mentioned, I mean, you start to look out here, pick 17, 18, and 19 are currently up at DraftKings right now. As we sit, that is Raiders, Dolphins, and then your Washington football team, Gill.
Yep.
What have you been hearing? Obviously, you follow them as closely as anyone. What have you been hearing that they are looking at?
I mean, honestly, they're a team that could go a number of ways. There are some people who feel that even though they signed Ryan Fitzpatrick and have Taylor Heineke and have Kyle Allen, who's apparently beloved by Ron Rivera, that they could still go quarterback because the quarterback of their future may not be on the roster.
And I can see that.
That's a possibility.
Yeah. Washington, the football team out there, unique situation too. They're watching Micah Parsons go to Dallas, and okay, you think about that defense that's going to be improved. You look at what the Giants are building too, the Eagles getting more explosive. Washington has the defense. They just don't have the offense. Is it the trigger man at quarterback, or is it somebody else? I mean, all these receivers going off the board, is it something else that Washington can be looking at?
Well, you said it, Mike. I mean, receiver is the other one. They need somebody opposite of Terry McLaurin. So that's obviously a huge need for them. And they could use an offensive lineman. Look, they're not good enough to be that picky at this point in Washington. That's still to come. That's at 19. Obviously, a long way to go. Chargers on the clock at 13. We're hoping it's an offensive lineman. And I'll say it again, I'm starting to get that uncomfortable feeling for Mac Jones. And I really do believe 15, the reason I bring up the Patriots at 15, I really do believe that's sort of the fulcrum point where if he doesn't go there, it becomes an Aaron Rodgers situation into the 20s. Unless there's another team out there that wants to trade.
And if he doesn't go to 15, if he doesn't go at 15, you have to assume that any of those rumors we were hearing about Jimmy Garoppolo getting reunited back over there to the Patriots has to make sense, right? I mean, because they're certainly not going to pass on him unless there is some sort of plan B.
You think Jimmy G stays now with Trey Lance, the guy that San Francisco went with?
He's 20 years old. I think they're going to try to convince Jimmy Garoppolo to stay, but he's a placeholder, and if you're Jimmy Garoppolo, do you want to do that? But at 20 years old, Trey Lance, he needs some time. He is not ready yet for the National Football League.
I just want to repeat what I heard quarterback guru, not our guy Jordan Palmer, but Quincy Avery. Quincy Avery said that Trey Lance, from the neck up, is the most advanced quarterback he has ever coached in his life, and second place is not even close.
Wow, that's a big statement right there.
It's a big statement.
Sure. And that'll be great. But I think what this league does to you is it tears down your confidence at times. And so he could be great from the neck up. He could be ready to go. But then can he be consistent? And a lot of times when you see quarterbacks kind of bust out, it's because they can't be consistent. They can have flashes that it can look good at times. But when that adversity hits and then they really understand that, hey, I'm the franchise, I'm the guy, I'm the quarterback, I'm the leader. When all that surfaces, can they handle it? So I'm waiting to see if Trey Lance is mature enough to handle all that.
Last three picks again, Devontae Smith via trade between the Eagles and the Cowboys. He goes to the Eagles. The reincarnation of Deshaun Jackson, if you will, with the Eagles maybe?
Yeah, a little smaller.
Yeah.
He's a small guy. He's 166 pounds. I mean, you put 15 pounds on him, he's still 181. I mean, that is frail to me in the National Football League.
You would know. Justin Fields to Chicago at 11 via trade as well, and then Micah Parsons to the Cowboys at 12. We're waiting on the Chargers. Let it be an offensive lineman, Matt.
Please.
Another
Let's
winner.
do this.
We need another winner. Michael, thank you. We appreciate it.
This is fun.
Mike Pritchard for Betting Across America, weekdays, 12 noon Pacific on VSiN. Coming back, the Draft BetCast live from Circa right here.
It's $1 million hoop season, and DraftKings is giving you a shot to turn big buckets into big bucks. That's right, new customers play free for millions with their first deposit. Just craft your winning lineup of players and turn baskets into bread with your team all season long. So download the DraftKings Daily Fantasy app, sign up with the promo code, and take your free shot at millions in prizes. DraftKings, make it rain.
If you thought there was a sports betting offseason, think again. Our VSiN sports betting experts are working 24/7 to keep you informed on every sport. The over pays the same for a baseball game or a football championship, and our team grinds year-round to help improve your betting IQ on every sport. We have experts in baseball, hockey, golf, basketball, NASCAR, and horse racing. Turn this offseason into a winning season and start your free trial today at VSiN.com/subscribe.
VSiN is here to help you learn more about sports betting. Sign up for our free daily newsletter at VSiN.com/email, and you'll get show highlights and expert insights every morning. That's VSiN.com/email.
are looking live. This is the Draft BetCast, live from the VSiN Studios inside Circa Las Vegas.
Welcome to VSiN's Draft BetCast, live from Circa. It's Gill Alexander, Matt Brown, Danielle Alvari, and a cast of thousands here just going through it pick by pick by pick, and we are having a night. Is there anything better? Is there any betting vehicle better than the NFL Draft?
We talked about this on air. We said that there's a reason maybe the books hate this a little bit.
There's a reason.
That they hate this a little bit, and, if you do your research and you kind of go in and look, a lot of this, Gil, is reading tea leaves and trying to put things together, studying depth charts, trying to figure out how things could play out. Now, listen, we've gotten very fortunate on a couple of these. A couple of these things we were pretty darn sure on, and those got home as well. And so, it's so far so good. We need the Chargers to be taking an offensive lineman right here, and if that would be the case, it's going to be yet another cash. It's going to be pretty great.
Yeah, we hope it's an offensive lineman, and Roger Goodell is announcing that pick right now, and it is waiting.
There it is.
Rashawn Slater from Northwestern, standout offensive tackle, 6'3", 305 pounds, shades of Zach Martin, some say. If you recall the Zach Martin, Travis Frederick draft of the Dallas Cowboys, their most impactful draft in modern history. Well, the Chargers, and you called it, this sort of fell our way. The Chargers were mocked every which way to draft an offensive lineman, and as if this draft couldn't have gone perfectly for that to happen any better, it did, in fact. And Rashawn Slater out of Northwestern, add him now to the offensive lineman pool. Remember, that's over 6.5, or over-unders rather 6.5. That's where the offensive lineman prop was made. Rashawn Slater becomes the second O-lineman in this draft, number 13 to the Chargers.
Yeah, and so we start to look out now, Gil. I mean, this is a spot right now with the Vikings. They're in a situation where, there's a couple of different needs for this team, and now I think we're getting to the interesting part of the draft, because we're now getting to where teams are going to have to start going with who's best on our board, right? Like, who's the highest guy left on our board? Is there value in player X, Y, or Z, and things like that? Because a lot of these guys, these highly coveted guys that we were talking about coming in the draft, they've all already gone. I mean, like, people are moving up, or people are taking them, like, again, Parsons being the overwhelming number one linebacker, the two top corners gone. Now the top four quarterbacks already gone. The top offensive lineman gone. We look at these receivers that everybody was like no-brainer receivers going in early in the first round, all gone. So now we're getting to these teams to have to start really going down a little bit on their boards and saying, who do we value the most that's left?
I'm going to say it again, because this is sort of what's looming over this draft right now. And we have Minnesota on the clock at 14. But just behind them at 15 is the New England Patriots. And Mac Jones is still out there. Do you think there's any way they pass on Mac Jones?
Again, unless there has been something going on behind the scenes with this Jimmy Garoppolo thing, right? I think that's the only way that they pass on Mac Jones right there.
Only way.
Because they know that Cam Newton is not the future. They have to get the future. If there was any rumors at all to the fact that they liked him, then he has now fallen to you. You didn't have to trade to come get him, and he's there for you at 15.
Yeah, about some betting props again. 3 wide receivers already drafted. That number was set at 4.5. That was one of those weird props, Matt, where it never really got off 4.5. The juice changed dramatically. But 4.5 has always been the number. 3 wide receivers already drafted: Chase, Waddle, and Smith. As far as quarterbacks, Matt, you had it at 4.5. Most people have it at 5.5. Obviously, 4 of those quarterbacks have been drafted. Of the big 5, Mac Jones still out there. First defensive player drafted, just to review a couple, J.C. Horn out of South Carolina. The corner went number 8 to Carolina as the first defensive player drafted, first linebacker drafted, something you had as well, Micah Parsons, to the Cowboys at 12 via trade. We have a trade.
Yes, Adam Schefter, Vikings trading with the Jets. Jets are coming up to 14 right here.
From 23.
So, man, what are the Jets looking for here?
Your guess is as good as mine.
They
can draft any position they want.
Yeah.
Except for quarterback, of course.
Right.
Yeah.
What are the Jets coming here for?
Jets making a deal to get in front of the Patriots. Patriots don't have to worry about Mac Jones stuff there. It's Gill Alexander, Matt Brown, Danielle Alvari, and so many others right here live from Circa for the VSiN Live Draft BetCast. Yes,
Gill, you said it. I mean, it's so we looked at the Vikings and we kind of said, like, they could kind of pick anyone here, and they probably looked and said, nothing that really is of interest to us, so let's just go ahead. We'll trade back. There's nobody we love at this spot. So they go from 14 to 23. The Jets come up here.
You said it. I mean, the only position that has not been drafted is running back, really, right? And so we know about running backs in modern day NFL. They are not a coveted position. Most people feel that Najee Harris from Alabama will be first, perhaps to Pittsburgh at 24, but the elite of the elite at each position have already gone in the top 13 picks. So the Jets are at 14. And when you go through the needs of the New York Jets, besides quarterback.
I was going to say, at this point, you don't need quarterback, but you just list every other position.
I mean, offensive line, defensive line, cornerback certainly, but again, 2 cornerbacks already gone. Offensive line, 2 of them already gone. Maybe this is defensive line, because we have not seen that yet, have we?
No, that's true.
Now that I think about it, we haven't seen defensive line. So maybe we see a Jalen Phillips here, perhaps. I don't know. We'll find out. The Jets obviously coveted somebody, and they made a deal. Details of the deal not yet there. Please don't draft a tight end, by the way. I see that listed as one of their team needs. I'm going to say that's a no, because I have 1.5 under on that.
You're like, let's hold off.
Yeah.
Hold on, that's a third-round thing right
let's
there.
Let's not reach for a tight end.
That's a third-round thing.
Jets fans. But, that's a team that obviously, look, again, I mentioned it. We don't talk about it often, but they went ahead and they won games in week 15 and 16. And that's the difference between Trevor Lawrence and Zach Wilson. And even the most bullish Zach Wilson observer leaves some room for doubt based on the competition played from the Cougars of BYU through the years. Great statistical year for Zach Wilson. Now the Jets looking to bolster. They trade the 23rd pick to get to the 14th. Remember, they had that 23rd pick from the Seahawks in a 2020 trade that had sent Jamal Adams to Seattle. Mm-hmm. So
kind of looking at this consensus big board, of like the players that are left. Darisaw, the offensive tackle, Kwity Paye, edge rusher, like you were talking about, if they decided to go defensive line, Elijah Vera Tucker, offensive guard. These are kind of all in that, consensus big board of players. Phillips, like you mentioned, is on there as well. So any kind of one of those guys in this area seems like could be a likely candidate to go. Yeah, if they're going just off of, the highest ranked players that are there.
Well, I mean, Jalen Phillips out of Miami, second team All ACC, a guy who went to UCLA, had an accident, hit by a car when he was on a scooter. Then he transferred to Miami, sat out a year. Just a phenomenal raw talent there. Kwity Paye from Michigan, 21% pressure last season, which was second in FBS. I mean, they can't go wrong here. You're going to get a player on a defensive line that is fabulous. By the way, there's some corners out there still, though.
Or maybe you just drafted your franchise quarterback. Do you get an offensive lineman to help him, to make sure he doesn't get Joe Burrowed?
Yeah. Joe Burrow still doesn't have that help.
Burrow might get burrowed again next year, but before he does that, he's going to have great numbers. That's for sure.
Yes.
With all those weapons that he's got.
Yeah, I mean, look, T. Higgins, but get to Joe Burrow for go back to that for a second since we strayed to that. But T. Higgins, who was the first pick in the second round last year, turned out to be a great combination with Joe Burrow last year. Now you add Jamar Chase. I mean, if you're looking at this, if you're a fan base right there, let's take our bets aside, which are going fabulously well, by the way. Thanks for asking. But if you're a fan base right now, who should be the single? Let's take Jacksonville out of it because they knew they were getting Trevor Lawrence for a long time, and maybe take the Jets out of it too. Who's the most excited fan base based on the first 13 picks thus far?
I mean, look, I think probably the 49ers because they did not want Mac Jones. The fan base did not want Mac Jones. They hated it.
I think you're right.
They hated the pick.
And for those who think fan bases don't have influence on that, I used the example the other day. There was a moment where the Washington football team was going to hire Jim Fossil as a head coach some 15 years ago. The fan backlash was so great that even Daniel Snyder could not ignore it. They ended up going with Jim Zorn. Let's not talk about that. But the point is that fan bases can have some sort of influence. And I really do wonder, because we talked about this with Kyle Shanahan. Did he make the trade? Did he and John Lynch make the trade with Mac Jones in mind? Then they got backlash. Then they backed off on it. We'll never know. We'll never know. But he did say the other day, we're going to make the pick and we're going to live with the consequence. The consequence of Trey Lance.
I was going to say, maybe he knew. Yeah, I mean, maybe he knew all along, and maybe he was saying, I'm drafting a raw quarterback, as opposed to, hey, I'm drafting the boring quarterback.
Well, that was the thing I never bought into, which was this notion that Kyle Shanahan wants this kind of quarterback. No, we don't know that.
Yep.
And when they said this kind of quarterback, meaning the Mac Jones kind of quarterback. No, didn't turn out to be the case. Roger Goodell is on stage, and in fact, you are right. The Jets do look for protection for Zach Wilson, and they go with Elijah Vera Tucker out of SC.
Oh, all right. Well, he was right in that big board range, right, of kind of where he was projected to kind of go.
So a third offensive lineman now in the first 14 picks of the draft. That on the heels of both Sewell and Slater. So Elijah Vera Tucker from USC, 6'4", 315 pounds. Add him to the offensive lineman tally, that number at 6.5 in the first round. This has been, this is the thing with this draft. This was always deemed, remember, the biggest sort of prop is just offensive versus defense, biggest in terms of just the broadest. You could have gotten offense at 17.5. That's where I got it earlier on, and I went over on 17.5. 18.5 was where it was mostly. And then there was wideouts and offensive linemen in every position by position. But this is largely deemed to be a offensive-heavy first round, and thus far, it has been exactly that. With the only defensive players thus far, the run of Horn, Surtain, and Parsons in a span of 5 picks earlier. But those are the only 3 players out of the first 14 that are on the defensive side of the ball. Elijah Vera Tucker, Trojans, going to the Jets to protect Zach Wilson. Offense for the Jets. First team to have 2 picks in the first round.
And here, this is, again, we just talked about, this is the moment of truth, right? If Mac Jones is going to go, if he doesn't go here, Gill, the question is going to be, does he go to your Washington football team? Because he's going to fall to, at that point, then he falls to 19 for sure.
I think you're right, though. This is the Jimmy G tell, right?
Right.
If the Patriots don't go Mac Jones here, there's got to be something to that.
Right.
One would speculate. Unless you buy into this notion that somehow Bill Belichick is quite happy with what he has in Cam Newton. I just can't buy into that. That's not the quarterback of their future either.
I cannot either, because, again, this was a guy that they waited to re-sign. It's not like they gave him a contract during the season or anything, Gil. Like, it was kind of like, okay, let's go ahead, and we even mentioned this when he did resign. We're like, all right, listen, this is more like the devil we know, right? At least he's been in the system a year. We can bring him back in. If we don't have a better option, at least we have a guy that we can throw in there that knows the offense, But this seems to be kind of the telling moment. The pick is already in, it says, so we should know here momentarily. And if it's not Mac Jones, then...
Well, the Patriots didn't waste any time with this, did they? This is the quickest clock, I think, of the night, if the pick is already in. Is it in? Oh, no, it's still ticking.
No, it says his pick is in.
Oh, pick is in.
Yeah.
All right, we'll see. I was looking at the wrong screen. We'll see if it is, in fact, Mac Jones. And this is the thing where the NFL draft can be cruel sometimes. Again, the camera is locked in on Mac Jones. Our own Mike Pritchard said a couple segments ago, which is a little heartbreaking, by the way, he said they shouldn't have invited him to Cleveland, which is it's kind of a heavy comment to make, and I'm not sure Mike is wrong, but we'll find out. Roger Goodell on stage now with the 15th pick in the draft. Who will New England go with? Will it be Mac Jones or not? Patriots fans and bettors with a quarterback draft prop waiting with bated breath. It is
Mac Jones.
Mac Jones, quarterback, Alabama, goes to the New England Patriots. So the Patriots don't have to trade up, sit right where they are at 15.
And if this was really the guy that they wanted, that we heard about all along, then good on them.
Good on them. Here's the thing. If you're a Patriots fan, you've got to love what the Patriots did just by sitting pretty right there at 15. Mm-hmm. You didn't trade anything. You got one of the Big Five quarterbacks, and you got the national championship quarterback at 15 in Mac Jones. That has to be considered a win no matter what at this point. By the way, let me just say, and I'm not comparing these two quarterbacks, but it reminds me, the first thing that comes into my head is when Washington took Dwayne Haskins a couple years back. And the only solace for Washington football fans when Washington took Dwayne Haskins out of Ohio State was that Washington stayed right at 15, right where the Patriots are drafting here. This is back in 2019. Washington stayed at 15. Our biggest, as Washington football fans, our biggest fear was that Washington would trade up and give the house to get Dwayne Haskins. But they didn't. That's the only solace in the Dwayne Haskins story in Washington, is that they didn't trade anything. They stayed at 15. They got him. That's what the Patriots did here with Mac Jones. And Mac Jones certainly projected to be a better quarterback than Dwayne Haskins was.
And as far as, outside of the top two guys who have no choice but to step in and play from day one, this seems to be the pick that everyone said is, the most ready to step in and play day one.
And you get your fifth quarterback. Congratulations.
No.
No?
We don't need a sixth quarterback. I have under 5.5.
Under 5.5.
Yes.
Wait, that's what I was saying before, and you said I was wrong.
No, I thought you were saying that. No. I thought we were mixing up. I thought we were talking wide receivers at that point.
No.
I have over 4.5 wide receivers, under 5.5 quarterbacks.
One of those rare times you actually misunderstood me. No, 5.5. So you do not want a sixth.
No, and this is going to be a sweat now because I have the whole second half. The whole second half of the first round.
Yeah. So and I'm worried about you at 32. I think it's going to come down to the very last pick of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at 32, who have been rumored all day. Really into the day before, last 24, 48 hours, to be coveting perhaps a Kyle Trask at the end of the first round. Maybe Davis Mills, maybe Kellen Mond, but probably Kyle Trask among that group.
That is our fourth Alabama player taken as well. I'm sitting on an over 5.5 Alabama players as well. So that is also going to be a sweat as we kind of get things going here. I mean, listen, I took this one, Gill, because anyone who's played poker understands what I'm talking about here. But I have a ton of outs, So the guys we knew that were going to go are now gone. Mac Jones, Devontae Smith, Jalen Waddle, Patrick Surtain, gone. But we have Alex Leatherwood, we have Christian Barmore, we have Najee Harris, we have Landon Dickerson.
They're coming.
I need 2 of the 4. So I have a lot of outs here. We have half a draft left. So over 5.5 Alabama. And I laid a decent amount of juice on that as well, minus 220.
By the way, DraftKings Live Odds, the next pick that we're looking at there is the 20th pick, which again is held by the Giants via earlier trade, and the short shot on the Giants, actually the favorite, defensive lineman at minus 143. Next shortest shot is linebacker at plus 250. One last thing about Mac Jones. Can I just say this? Because this is obviously, besides Trey Lance going at 3, this is the biggest sort of thing that's happened, the slide of Mac Jones. Which again, a lot of folks are saying, well, why would his number be 9.5, or why would it be even lower than that? Because if he didn't go 3, we kind of knew this slide was going to happen. But he ends up probably in the best single place he could end up with Bill Belichick and crew.
Agreed.
And that coaching staff and Josh McDaniel. And if you've watched the Belichick Saban documentary, you know that one of the things that Saban lamented to Bill Belichick is he goes, all these NFL guys come in here and none of them ask me, not none of them, he said just a couple. There's only a few of these guys that ask me what I think about my own players. Mm-hmm. So Bill Belichick asked Nick Saban about Mac Jones, and you have to assume that the review was nothing but glowing as to the kind of kid that Mac Jones is. So the Patriots get their man, and Mac Jones gets his team.
Look, he had that epic run of Tom Brady. He got one taste of what Cam Newton was like.
Yeah.
And he just brings in another Tom Brady.
Yeah.
And I can't blame him, right?
With a Tom Brady body.
Yeah, I can't even blame him. I mean, you go on and you have as much success as they did. I have nothing in this whole world but respect for that organization. I'm not a Patriots fan at all, but I have nothing but respect for that organization and for Belichick and what they're going to do. And listen, this is probably who he had his eyes on the whole time anyway, because that is the guy that he has won with. That is the guy he knows, not necessarily the greatest athlete, but super accurate guy. He's had that formula work for him before, so I totally get it.
And I just want to say this. When everybody in mainstream media, we won't do this because we're all about our bets. Mm-hmm. We'll just review our bets and what went right and what went wrong. But when mainstream media reviews winners and losers inevitably tomorrow of the NFL draft first round, Patriots are going to be on the winner's side, maybe right at the top for what just happened.
Yeah.
This from Chris Valika, the Bear from ESPN's College Game Day. With Mac Jones, Jalen Waddle, and Devontae Smith selected in the first round, it marks the second straight year Alabama had a quarterback and 2 wideouts go in the first round.
And then as we talked about, numerous times on our show as well. By the way, if you think they're going away,
oh yeah,
they have the number 1 recruiting class yet again. They're not going away. This is just going to keep happening over and over and over and over again.
Yeah, it even gets worse. Like the amount of players they have in the top 100 is just that much more egregious every year. Egregious from everybody else's standpoint, not from Bama's, obviously. Arizona Cardinals, by the way, are on the clock at 16. Corner, edge rusher. I mean, there's still edge rushers are out there.
I made the note. And it's obviously it hasn't played out for them, but heading into the draft, if you remember, I said to you, I go, Gill, weirdly, the short shot here is Cardinals at wide receiver. Remember, right before when we were heading in here. So I don't know. That obviously has changed with the way that the wide receiver board has played. I think that was probably the case where they thought one of Waddle or Smith might still be there. That not being the case, so. Yeah, I think that's probably on the defensive side.
Kelly Bidlin, our producer, saying in my ear that it's Zaven Collins, linebacker out of Tulsa, going to the Arizona Cardinals at 16. So the Cardinals go linebacker on the heels of an offseason where they picked up J.J. Watt. Some more defensive help. Zaven Collins, the 6'4", 260-pound junior out of Tulsa. Zaven Collins goes to the Cardinals at 16. Gill Alexander, Matt Brown, Danielle Alvari. We'll talk to Michael Lombardi as well this hour, live from Circa. It's VSiN's Draft BetCast.
When you deposit on DraftKings Sportsbook, you can get a bonus up to $1,000. But what are you going to do with all that cash? Throw it on a lock? How about a 5-team parlay? You hit it, you are swimming in moolah. Signing up is simple, and getting a deposit bonus up to $1,000 makes it even sweeter. So download the DraftKings Sportsbook app. Get your bonus and make it rain.
The spring sports calendar is packed with betting opportunities, and our VSiN experts are on top of all the betting action. We're looking at early season baseball trends, what teams are peaking and tanking heading into the NBA and NHL playoffs to give you the betting edge. Cashing tickets is our goal no matter what sport or season, and this spring you can count on the VSiN experts to stay on top of every angle. Start your free trial today at vsin.com/subscribe and put our team to work for you. If you thought there was a sports betting offseason, think again. Our VSiN sports betting experts are working 24/7 to keep you informed on every sport. The over pays the same for a baseball game or a football championship, and our team grinds year-round to help improve your betting IQ on every sport. We have experts in baseball, hockey, golf, basketball, NASCAR, and horse racing. Turn this offseason into a winning season and start your free trial today at vsin.com/subscribe. Sign up for the DraftKings Sportsbook now and get a deposit bonus up to $1,000. Simply download the app and use promo code VSiN, that's VSIN, to get started with the only top-rated sportsbook that matters. DraftKings, you can bet on it. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, crisis counseling and referral services can be accessed by calling 1-800-GAMBLER or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. Eligibility restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for full terms and conditions. Welcome back into VSiN's Draft BetCast. The Raiders pick is finally in. Gill, Matt?
Danielle, you okay down there? You okay?
There are some Raiders fans down here, so I'm a little bit nervous to see how they react to this pick.
Well, we're a little worried about Danielle down there during the Raiders pick. Yeah. Raiders pick is in, as Danielle just told us. They have had, the Raiders, in the last couple of years, some very suspect draft picks. Overdrafting being their biggest problem. Cleveland Farrell, a 4th pick in the overall draft. Henry Ruggs, the number 1 wideout selected last year in a super wide receiver heavy draft. What will the Raiders do here at 17? Tackle, corner, safety, a lot of positions they could go with here.
Looks like the pick is in. I don't want to spoil anything. I see what the pick is, Gil, but I don't want to spoil anything for anyone.
Are people getting mad? Are people getting mad at you for spoiling?
Well, people may have said a thing or two. I thought people were following along on Twitter with us, so I just,
I thought there was an agreement that no one was spoiling it on Twitter this year. No?
Yeah.
Didn't work out?
Yeah.
If you're the Raiders, where do you go here? Well, you know what it is. So
I can't. I'm biased.
Yeah,
I'm biased.
I can't
do
ask
it.
you that anymore.
I can't do it.
Please don't be a fast wide receiver. That's all I ask. If you're a Raiders fan.
You win then.
Yes.
Not. Yes. Yeah, you win. You win that one.
You win that mistake again.
Yes.
Well, that's good to know. I'm going to guess defensive line.
Okay. If Ian Rappaport's putting it out, then it's out. All right. Offensive lineman Alex Leatherwood from Alabama.
There it is. Another Bama. Fifth Bama player.
Yes. Just one more.
Alex Leatherwood from Bama goes to the Raiders. Good for by the way, let me just applaud the Las Vegas Raiders. Thank you if you're a Raiders fan, I'll thank you on behalf of Raiders fans for doing something very boring, very conservative, and very smart.
But here's the thing, and this is why I love this pick for them, because they want to be a running team. We know this. They love running backs. They have Josh Jacobs. They go inside. They go and get Kenyon Drake to come in as well. They want to be a running team. They want to be able to have that power running game. And so you have to invest on the offensive line if that's what you're going to do. If you're going to go that route, you need to have guys that can open up holes. And so, like you said, yes, it's a boring pick. Mm-hmm. Yes, it is not going to maybe have the fan base out here behind us right now. We didn't hear a ton of screams.
we did not.
We did not hear a ton of screams out here behind us as we're sitting in Las Vegas. But again, sometimes you just got to make the boring pick and do what's best for your team.
That's the 4th offensive lineman to go now. Remember, that was at 6.5 in terms of the draft prop. Well on our way to the 18.5, or for some of us, 17.5 offensive players. Again, in the top 17 picks, only 4 defensive players to have been drafted thus far. Only 4 of the top 17. So that well on its way. Obviously, things could change because there's many picks still to come as we're on number 18, just past the halfway mark of the first round. But Alex Leatherwood of the Alabama Crimson Tide, 6'6", 312.
Now, they probably fell in love with that a little bit more. Now, I mean, there were other offensive linemen that were certainly on the board here that were, at least if we look at, the big boards here, Gil, that were certainly still available, that were still there for them had they wanted to go that route. But again, a Tevin Jenkins was available. He was higher on the board. A Christian Darrisaw is available. He was still there on the board. So maybe there's going to be some people out there who say that they overreached with the pick. But at least the position from our end, we're kind of like, okay, well, at least the position is something that this team needed.
Dolphins are next at 18. They've already got their pass catcher, Jalen Waddle, the fleet of foot Jalen Waddle out of Alabama. They could use some offensive line help, certainly to protect Tua Tagovailoa. But I'll tell you this, so far, if you're to look at one position and you're like, well, there's still the elite guys still out there. It is edge rushers. It is defensive linemen. There are a bunch of
running back.
Or running back.
Could you imagine they go and get 2 of his teammates for him?
Oh, my God, don't say that. You're talking Najee, don't even. No. I'll tell you this.
Could you imagine?
I'm just going to say this. I am not in the camp, because I had Warren Sharp on the radio side on a numbers game at VSiN a couple weeks ago, and he spent a segment just railing about what if Pittsburgh drafts Najee Harris at 24, how bad that would be for today's NFL. I got to tell you, if I get Najee Harris, I'm the happiest man alive if I'm a fan of that football team.
Yeah.
Because, again, how many times did we watch Bama games with Mac Jones, with Devontae Smith, where we said Najee Harris is the best player on the field, time and time again?
Time and time again, but like you said, Gil, there are a lot of really good pass rushers still left.
There are.
And it's like, how do you pass on these guys?
Quiddy Pays out there, Jalen Phillips. We'll find out what the Dolphins do, and then we'll find out what the 3-time Super Bowl champion Washington football team does. After that, I can barely talk. I'm so excited. VSiN's live draft betcast from Circa. Come on back.
It's $1 million hoop season, and DraftKings is giving you a shot to turn big buckets into big bucks. That's right, new customers play free for millions with their first deposit. Just craft your winning lineup of players and turn baskets into bread with your team all season long. So download the DraftKings Daily Fantasy app, sign up with the promo code, and take your free shot at millions in prizes. DraftKings, make it rain.
Did you miss a VSiN show? We have multiple daily and weekly podcasts to keep you up to date on all the latest sports betting action. VSiN Best Bets bring you the highlights from our daily lineup of shows, including Follow the Money and a Numbers Game. Market Insights with Josh Applebaum gets you ready with the latest lines in action. Beating the Book with Gill Alexander provides the insider view on analytics-based betting strategy from professional bettors, handicappers, and sportsbook operators. Visit VSiN.com/podcast today to find all of our podcast options.
Check out the VSiN store for the latest and greatest in sports betting fashion. We have more than 40 shirt designs, including our most popular one. Cash and tickets is what it's all about. You'll find VSiN shirts and hats for any occasion, and they're all made to order, so you can find the right design, color, and size perfect just for you. You'll find VSiN hats and even VSiN coffee mugs, all in our online store. Just go to VSiN.com/store and order now. That's VSiN.com/store.
The Kentucky Derby is this evening, and the VSiN horse racing experts are analyzing the horses, jockeys, track conditions, starting positions, and prior race results to find the betting edge. Whether you play the horses every week or search the terms exacta and trifecta once a year during the Triple Crown, our team is here to get you ready to make your best bet on the run for the roses. Visit VSiN.com/horses to find our full race coverage, special offers from our partners, and picks from horse racing specialists, including Dave Tooley, Ron Flatter, Jeff Siegel, and Jeremy Plonk. That's VSiN.com/horses. Welcome back into VSiN's Draft BetCast. Jalen Phillips headed to Miami from Miami, started his career at UCLA, but now Miami does have an edge rusher with Jalen Phillips. Washington football team on the clock. I believe our own Gill Alexander has a vested interest in this one.
Yeah, I might have grown up Obsessed with the Washington football team. Jalen Phillips to Miami, by the way, makes too much sense. University of Miami to the Miami Dolphins, as Danielle mentioned, started out at UCLA. One of the more intriguing stories of the draft. Again, hit by a car while on a scooter, went to Miami and just was tremendous with the Hurricanes. Second team All-ACC last year with 8 sacks. That was tied for second in the ACC. 15.5 sacks for a loss. Jalen Phillips, just plug him in at 6'5", 266 pounds to the Dolphins, who get their second player of this first round. The Dolphins, obviously, earlier in this draft, getting their man on offense with Jalen Waddle from Alabama. Now they get their man on defense on the defensive line with Jalen Phillips.
Yeah, it makes. Listen, we were sitting here saying, listen, we're getting to the point now where people start looking at their board and saying like, well, we had this guy a little bit higher. Like, this was pretty good. There's a lot of guys still left on here, especially like we were saying, tons and tons of defensive linemen and pass rushers. So I imagine we see another couple go here pretty soon, just for the fact that all these guys that everybody said definitely first-round talents are still on the board. They're just still sitting there.
Yeah, by the way, I got some text immediately when Alex Leatherwood was picked by the Raiders. We were like, overdraft, just because it's the Raiders thing. Who knows if that's true or not. Washington on the clock right now at 19. And let me just say, Washington could go any number of directions here. Obviously, the big 5 quarterbacks of this draft are gone, so it won't be a quarterback. But they could go offensive line easily with, Christian Darrisaw perhaps from Va Tech is out there. They could go safety. They could go secondary. Trevon Moehrig of TCU available. They could go any number of directions. Some people think they need a linebacker that can go from sideline to sideline. That's also something they would covet, but Micah Parsons is gone. I don't know that they expected him to last to 19. Who knows? Maybe they don't go need. Maybe the one thing you would think Washington would not do, because maybe the best player out there right now is Kwity Paye. They've got too much strength in their defensive line as is. So we'll see.
You would like to think, right?
Yes.
And I mean, they go out and they sign Curtis Samuel. So that was certainly one of those picks. I mean, Gill, we were saying that had they not, maybe wide receiver would have been an option for them. They wanted to get somebody else in there to be a playmaker for them. But with that signing, you don't think that that's the case either. So, and there it is, Jamin Davis of linebacker out of Kentucky.
Oh, there you go. They got their linebacker from sideline to sideline. So a front seven, which is already a defensive front seven, which is already the strength of the Washington football team by any measure, by the way, by any measure, just got a little stronger. So this is one of these instances where they don't necessarily draft for need, although that would be the one need they would need on the front seven is sort of an athletic linebacker like that. Jamin Davis goes from Kentucky to Washington, and boy, oh boy, that is not a defense you want to face. So Jamin Davis goes to Washington. Add that one, the 5th defensive player to go in this draft, 5th or 6th now. I'll have to check. But linebackers, that is linebacker number 2, I believe, behind Micah Parsons.
No, Zaven Collins.
Well, Zaven Collins as well. So that's your 3rd linebacker. No, it's just, with Micah Parsons. So that's 3 linebackers. 4.5 was where that one was set. The under was juiced at -167. So 3 linebackers on the board. And then defensively, we are up to, 1, 2, 3, I believe
5,
it's
6. Yep.
6 defensive players out of the top 19. Jamin Davis to Washington, which is interesting, again, because that was a need stipulated by the likes of Todd McShay, a linebacker that could go from sideline to sideline. But they could have used a wideout for sure across from Terry McLaurin. Mm-hmm. There are wideouts out there. They opted not to do that. And they could have used offensive line help. They opted not to do that.
And look,
I
think what you're seeing here is maybe just a strategy with this football team. It's like, okay, if the Cowboys are going to try to do this offensive juggernaut thing, then we'll just go the opposite direction. We're going to make sure that they're not going to be able to do that. And so, you take a strength of your team and maybe try to make it, if there was one little thing, if you did want to nitpick them, getting a linebacker in there would have been one of the things. And so
I am not unhappy.
Yeah.
I love having a team with a good defense, and Washington certainly. That is one of the, if not the top elite defense in the National Football Conference, maybe one of the top in the NFL, and they certainly show that. NFC East champions, reigning NFC East champions, the Washington football team. Now remember, by winning the NFC East, Washington ended up picking 19th in this draft. Their division rivals, the Eagles, the Cowboys, and the Giants, 10, 11, 12 initially when this draft started. That's the difference between winning that division, the poorest of all divisions last year in football, and not winning it was the difference of at least 7 positions in the NFL draft. Now we come back to the Giants, who got this pick in their trade earlier with the Chicago Bears. The Bears ended up picking Justin Fields at 11. Now the Giants are on the clock at 20.
Remember, they were favored to go wide receiver.
And they didn't get their wish.
They didn't get their wish. Their guys were gone. They move out. And so here we go. What do they do? What do they do now? Do they still go wide receiver? There are guys available.
Kadarius Toney's out there, man. Speed. Size is an issue.
Bateman's still there.
Rashad Bateman, who's a guy, we talked about guys who sat out a season and their draft stock rose. Rashad Bateman from Minnesota, he decided after a great year, one of the great years in modern football history for the Minnesota Golden Gophers a couple years back, Rashad Bateman decided he came back to play in 2020, and that probably hurt his draft stock in the end. And so he is still out there. And I love Rashad Bateman's game. So he is out there. Kenny Golladay was a pickup for the Giants, though, this offseason.
I guess it just depends, again, what strategy are these teams going with, right? I mean, in a passing league, do you feel like, okay, let's go ahead and really in a passing league go and get these guys some more additional weapons? I mean, I think if you're the Giants, I mean, is there there are still some pretty good corners that are available out there, so maybe you go corner.
Yeah. Michael Lombardi, who was kind enough to join us earlier right when Trey Lance was selected by the San Francisco 49ers at 3, which is not the way he thought it would go. He's kind enough to join us once again. He's had some time to let it marinate, and obviously the draft much further along. He's got some thoughts. We'll join him next, live from Circa. It's VSiN's Draft BetCast.
When you deposit on DraftKings Sportsbook, you can get a bonus up to $1,000. But what are you going to do with all that cash? Throw it on a lock? How about a 5-team parlay? You hit it, you are swimming in moolah. Signing up is simple, and getting a deposit bonus up to $1,000 makes it even sweeter. So download the DraftKings Sportsbook app. Get your bonus and make it rain.
Every day brings another opportunity to improve your sports betting knowledge, and the VSiN experts are working around the clock to give you the betting edge. Subscribe today to gain access to the full betting experience of our team of professional bettors, expert guests, and sportsbook insiders. Get the data and analysis you need to improve your sports betting IQ. Start your free trial today at vsin.com/subscribe and take your sports betting game to the next level.
Download the DraftKings Casino app now and use promo code VSiN, that's VSIN, to get a deposit bonus up to $1,500. DraftKings Casino has hundreds of ways to play. Choose from slots, blackjack, roulette, and so much more. It's also U.S.-based, making it safe, secure, and reliable. You can deposit and withdraw your money at your convenience. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available to play in New Jersey, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and West Virginia only. Must be 21 or older. Eligibility restrictions apply. For entertainment purposes only. No results guaranteed. Void where prohibited. See casino.draftkings.com for full details. Welcome back into VSiN's Draft BetCast. The Giants have made their pick. It's Kadarius Toney, another wide receiver. This one from Florida. Gil, Matt, what do you think of this pick?
I believe I called that one moments ago. Kadarius Toney.
Our totals here, Gil, offense 14 players. Remember that was 17.5 early, 18.5 close.
Mm-hmm.
That is now our 10th SEC player.
Jeez.
That was 12.5 that line. So 3 more for that to cash. With that one also brings the wide receivers up to 4. So everybody on the 4.5, yes, that was started to get juiced if you want the over. I'm on the over, pretty heavily juiced at minus 250, but we are now to 4 wide receivers there. So we are well on our way.
One more, well on our way to all of those, but wide receiver on the cusp of cashing. Kadarius Toney, it's amazing. You know, teams cannot resist speed. 4.39 40 for Kadarius Toney out of Florida. Again, visions of Tyreek Hill. There are questions about his size, but the Giants, who did not get, they got Devontae Smith usurped from them earlier in the draft by their NFC East rival Giants. They end up with Toney back at number 20. That's a pretty darn good consolation prize.
I was just about to say, so we're sitting here and we're looking at this, and again, the odds were telling us. We're not trying to play GMs here or anything like that. We're just saying the odds were telling us that, you know, the betting favorite was for a wide receiver to go to the Giants with that pick. They got, obviously, the guy that they wanted got taken from them. So when the guy that they wanted got taken from them, they trade back. And then, like you said, so now you're sitting there and you're looking and you're going, man, we really wanted a wide receiver anyway. We wanted that guy. This guy wasn't that much further down on our board. And we're getting him way down at 20. We pick up stuff along the way. And, you know, listen, I understand people are saying, well, what did you need? What did you need that for? You have Kenny Galladay. I keep saying this over and over and over again, Gil. This is a passing league. People run 3 wide receiver sets basically as their base now. You have to have good wide receivers if you want to compete in the league.
Let's go to Michael Lombardi, host of the Lombardi Line here at VSiN. Kind enough to join us for not the first time tonight, but the second time. This time, some 20 picks now into the draft. Michael, listen, besides the first few picks of the draft, the headline maybe Mac Jones falling to a franchise that you're very familiar with, the New England Patriots at 15. I would imagine you think Bill Belichick is quite happy with that.
You know, I thought they were going to have to move up to get him, Gil, to be honest with you, and they just sat there and they kind of let it go. I thought there was one other team trying to move up, but they were too far back in the draft to get up there. I think once New Orleans saw those corners go, I think New Orleans had eyes on the quarterback, and, you know, they just couldn't make a move. They're too far to go back. You know, teams can't go all the way back there. So New England just held their ground, and they got the guy that, you know, fits what they want to do. He's smart. He's accurate. He's very deliberate with the football. He knows what he's doing. And, you know, they've got themselves a guy that they can groom. They got Cam for a 1-year contract. Let him keep going, and they'll build the offense around those guys.
Michael, obviously the big reaction we got after that would have been pick 17, Alex Leatherwood, the offensive tackle from Alabama, going to the Raiders. And listen, so Gil and I were saying, yeah, maybe not the player himself is maybe not the guy that everybody wanted, but at least the position, right, with the style of football that the Raiders want to play, bringing in another running back. We know they want to go, fairly run heavy, and bringing in an offensive lineman here. Do you at least agree with the position, and what do you think of the player? There were some people who said that Leatherwood could have creeped into the first round. I think majority said he was more of a second-round talent, but do you at least think they went the right way with going offensive line?
Well, you know, obviously they need to fix their line. I think the reality is when we talked today with Vinny, when he was on our show today, you know, Leatherwood was one of those guys that was very marginal to go into the first round. This is another one of those Raider picks that kind of wasn't typical. It wasn't in a lot of people's mocks. A lot of people's reaction when they made the pick was they picked the second-round guy in the first round, which is not the first time we've heard that when the Raiders have made a pick. But you know, I think that these offensive linemen are all predicated on what they like. Tom Cable, the line coach, obviously has a certain style of player he likes. We'll see what Leatherwood can do. whether they're going to play him at right tackle or they're going to put him in at the guards. You know, he's a guard tackle, played tackle at Alabama. So, you know, I think it really comes down to how well he plays. I worry about his power and his lower body bend. I thought he was really more of a potential starter than a starter. And I think you try to pick starters. I think we'll see the Colts pick here at 21. I know they want an offensive lineman badly if they can. If not, they'll go defense if they don't. And it left somebody else there. I think we saw that rush on offensive linemen in the first round, and I think that caused a lot of people to kind of react, and I'm sure that they felt like they needed to get the guy.
Besides Trey Lance at 3, Michael, what has been the most surprising selection of the first 20 picks to you?
No, you know, we had J.C. Horn on our show today as the first defensive player picked. I think Surtain to Denver surprised me because, you know, they signed Ronald Darby, and they got Kyle Fuller, who they traded for, or they signed after the Bears cut him. That surprised me. I think the Bears paying a first-round pick next year to move up to get Justin Fields was a little bit of a surprise to me. They went from 20 up there. You know, they've got Dalton on a 1-year contract. They got Nick Foles' guarantee. So you can understand why they would do it, but that surprised me. I didn't see that one coming in terms of them giving up that much to go, but it made a great deal for the Giants. I mean, look, the Giants got an awfully good deal. I thought Dallas made a great deal with Philly to get a third and move down and get a guy that they probably were going to pick. Once Dallas lost the 2 corners, they had to trade down.
So, Michael, we were actually talking to you, as the third pick comes through, and so now with the 15th pick of Mac Jones, this has to throw, pretty much the cold water on anything about Jimmy G to New England, right? I mean, so this pretty much means he's likely to be there this year unless, I don't know, maybe threatening to hold out or whatever it might be or something. But, with bringing in Mac Jones, that pretty much ends that, right?
You would think so. I mean, they're not going to pay $24 million for Jimmy, and I think Jimmy can't go anywhere. I mean, look, the whole rationale behind my belief that it was going to be Mac Jones was you got to redshirt Trey Lance. I mean, everybody who likes Trey Lance admits that he's a year away from being a year away. And so, the guy played 19 games, 1 game last year. You're going to need some time to develop him. Now, maybe they'll put him right in. So that's made it to me. I was trying to do deductive reasoning today. 1 + 1 = 2. For me, if you're trading Jimmy, why would you pick Lance? You need to pick Jones because he'll play right away. And obviously, they're going to have to keep Jimmy now.
You have a pick right here,
Yeah,
Mike?
the pick is in.
Yep.
Colts go with Kwity Paye.
There you go. Colts take Kwity Paye. They go defense, Michael, instead.
Well, I think what we were saying earlier on this right here is we said, look, they either like an offensive lineman, they need a left tackle, but there wasn't one that they liked, so they take the defensive end. They also wanted to improve their rush. They haven't brought Justin Houston back. Ternay, the kid that they drafted from Rutgers, is a good player, but he's just had a second ankle operation. So they got to get more pass rush. I think their whole emphasis is how can we go into Kansas City and win a game in there if we can't rush the passer. And Kwity Paye is one of the better pass rushers in this draft. I think that under on defense is going to come in. I really do. I just don't see this being a very good defensive board. It hasn't been one all year. And the way these offensive guys are coming, now we see Paye go, but it's few and far between offensive guys going forward.
I think you're absolutely right.
Defensive guys going forward.
Yeah, you're absolutely. I think you're absolutely right.
It's only up to 7 right now.
Yeah.
So you'd have to find 7 more for this over to cash.
It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Kwity Paye, by the way, 21% pressure last season with Michigan, 2nd in FBS. Michael, we leave you with this. I haven't had a chance to. I've had a chance to ask you lots of things, but I never got around to asking you about your take on running back. A position that has fallen out of favor, let's say, based on what it was when we were kids back in the old days. But Najee Harris is out there from Alabama, and the Steelers are drafting, they're about 3 picks away now at 24. What do you think about it? If the Steelers go Najee Harris, do you consider that a fine pick for them, or is that a wasted pick?
I agree with what Warren Sharp talks about not drafting offensive linemen. Drafting running backs. But for me, Gill, this draft is so limited in terms of true talent. I think you got to take a talented player and forget about the analytics that say you don't need a running back. And if you're Pittsburgh, who has no juice in the backfield, he would make a huge difference to your football team. Tennessee doesn't need a running back. Minnesota doesn't need one. Pittsburgh's going to get their chance. Now, they felt like perhaps the Jets were going to take one, that they would take an offense, that they would take a running back. I don't think that's going to happen. I think they take Najee Harris, and I think they get a guy that can come in there and play right away and upgrade their football team. Because, again, where else are you going to go in the bottom of this round? You could take a receiver. Moore's a really good player. I think he's going to go. It's going to cash the over on receivers. But I don't know where else to go. There's not a lot of offensive linemen left, and there's no defensive tackles left to take, and that's really hard.
I think you're absolutely right. Tennessee on the clock, Minnesota after that, and Pittsburgh to follow. We'll see if they do, in fact, go Najee Harris, assuming he will still be on the board. Michael, appreciate it. We all look forward to the Lombardi line and all your commentary there tomorrow.
Thanks, Gill.
Michael Lombardi, everybody, host of the Lombardi line, which, of course, is at 9 a.m. Pacific, 12 noon Eastern on VSiN weekdays. Always a great, great listen. Tennessee on the clock right here. We'll find out who they take. And we'll hear from our own Tim Murray and Jonathan Von Tobel after the break as well. Some other VSiNers want to chime in on what they've sort of gleaned from the draft. And I think everything Michael was saying, by the way, there at the end, I just don't think there's enough defensive players left in this first round, certainly to get to that prop number.
Yeah, so coming into the draft as we sit here on the Tennessee Titans, cornerback was plus 210, wide receiver plus 255, offensive lineman plus 400, defensive lineman plus 550. So those were the positions, at least, that it was coming into the draft, so long as this, this pick holds.
All right, Titans on the clock. We'll find out who they pick. Danielle will join us, Tim Murray, Jonathan Von Tobel. Stick around, another hour to come, and then we'll do it all through the night with the wrap-up show. It's VSiN. It's our live draft betcast exclusively on the Vegas Stats and Information Network.
It's $1 million hoop season, and DraftKings is giving you a shot to turn big buckets into big bucks. That's right, new customers play free for millions with their first deposit. Just craft your winning lineup of players and turn baskets into bread with your team all season long. So download the DraftKings Daily Fantasy app, sign up with the promo code, and take your free shot at millions in prizes. DraftKings, make it rain.
Before you place your next bet, visit VSiN.com for all the latest data and powerful betting tools. Start with our live odds, team comparisons, and previews for every game on the schedule. Then dive deeper with live tracking of betting trends and line movements. And don't miss our unique tools, including odds comparisons from sportsbooks across the country, prop bet search engine, and custom parlay calculator. Everything you need to increase your betting knowledge and confidence is at your fingertips. Visit VSiN.com today.
New to VSiN, the best way to learn more about sports betting and how VSiN can help you is to sign up for our free daily email. You'll receive an email every morning with show highlights and expert insights. Sign up for free today at VSiN.com/email. That's VSIN.com/email.
are looking live. This is the Draft BetCast, live from the VSiN Studios inside Circa Las Vegas.
Welcome back to VSiN's Draft BetCast, live from Circa. Gill Alexander, Matt Brown, Danielle Alvari down on the Circa floor. What a night it has been so far, at least for us in terms of cashing bets. This couldn't have been more spectacular. The latest pick is in. The Indianapolis Colts at 22 go with Caleb Farley.
Titans.
Oh, I'm sorry, the Titans at 22. Pardon me. The Colts took Kwity Paye at 21. Thank you, man. Colts took Kwity Paye out of Michigan, the edge rusher at 21. And then the Titans go with Caleb Farley out of Va-Tech. There are a lot of people who believe that Caleb Farley was the best of all the corners out there. Farley opted out last season, another one of these guys.
And it was the medicals, apparently, that got him knocked down here. He had a back surgery, and, these teams sometimes back off because of these injuries and whatnot. But, again, I mean, listen, for this team, for the Titans, again, what were we talking about all last year, Gil? The secondary just getting torched left and right over and over and over again with this team. So in order to bring him in, I think that is a real big get.
It's a real big get. It's also the third cornerback taken in this draft. That prop was at 4.5. The over slightly juiced at -124 at DraftKings. And again, another one to the total defensive players tally, but it's not getting to 13.5. We're just running out of defensive players that are first round worthy. We shall see. But Caleb Farley, who in Caleb Farley, what the Titans are getting is a guy who allowed a 24% completion rate, allowed in coverage in 2019. So when he was in coverage, 24% completion rate allowed. And if you're asking, well, where does that compare to everybody else? That is the single best number, or was the single best number in all of FBS back in 2019. So Titans get their man, and this is really like when you go through the defensive players that were mocked to go first round, all the check marks: Phillips, Farley, Paye, Parsons, Surtain, Horn. They're all gone now. And so you wonder if guys like Morig or Owusu Koromoa, if some of these guys are going to go still in the first round. Maybe not. A lot of offensive players, though, expected to come from here on out down to 32 tonight.
Yeah, Greg Newsome, the corner out of Northwestern, a guy that was very commonly mocked into the first round. So another guy that maybe could go in the first round on the defensive side of the ball. But again, like we were saying, I mean, you start to look. There's 8. We got to get to 14 for that over to cash. There's only 10 picks left. You have to assume, again, we assume there's going to be another wide receiver taken. We assume that there's going to be another offensive lineman taken. So it's going to start getting short real quick here whenever we're taking a look at how this is all going to play out. So, man, listen, the last 10 picks are fairly interesting because you start to look at these teams that are on the clock. I mean, the Vikings traded back because they didn't like anything.
This was the one they traded with the Jets from 14.
They didn't like anything. They trade back. So here they are sitting at 23. We have the rumors at 24 that the Steelers might take Najee Harris. So we have that at least in tow. Do the Jaguars decide to maybe take one of the wide receivers to get a weapon in there for Trevor Lawrence? So there's all kinds of things that could happen here in the next few picks.
Are they allowed to draft Tim Tebow, or they can just sign him?
They can just sign
draft situation.
Yeah.
Cleveland 26. Ravens
player, coach, motivational speaker.
Yes,
all in one, like all 3.
Ravens have 2 picks still to come at 27 and 31. At least how it's currently slotted. Saints at 28. Packers at 29. Boy, that Aaron Rodgers news has quelled down as the night has gone on. Bills at 30, and of course the Super Bowl champion Buccaneers at 32, who I've mentioned, and much to Matt's chagrin, because that's going to be a sweat for you. Will they take the 6th quarterback with the very last pick of the first round, which is exactly what the Baltimore Ravens did a few years back, trading up to 32 to grab Lamar Jackson at 32?
I'm hoping that's where the second running back goes. That's what I'm hoping.
Do you have that prop as well?
I have 1.5, yeah.
Man. Thought I had a lot of draft props. I had 20. You had more than I did.
27, 28, something like that.
This has been a fabulous night for our draft props. Your biggest score of the bunch, though, to the Chicago Bears.
Justin Fields to the Bears, 9-1.
9-1. Beautiful.
Yeah, that was a good one.
And you even admitted you were like very fortunate because you did it right before the Bridgewater trade. So that took the Panthers out of the sweepstakes, or excuse me, the Broncos out of the sweepstakes, if you will, for a quarterback. Much to come. throughout the night. It is Gill Alexander, Matt Brown, Danielle Alvari, live, the VSiN Draft BetCast from Circa. Let's throw it down to Danielle, as a matter of fact, right now, with a couple other guys from VSiN who have a lot to say about this draft, and they'll do a show coming up at 9 p.m. Pacific, midnight. It'll run all through the night, the wrap-up show. It's Danielle with JVT, Jonathan Von Tobel, and Tim Murray. Take it away, Danielle.
Thanks, Gil. Well, let's just dive right into the meat of it here, guys. The top storyline, what was going to happen at 3, and the 49ers picked Trey Lance. They used that Mac Jones smokescreen right up until the end. What did you think of this pick for the 49ers? JVT, why don't we start with you?
I think it made sense. It's funny, we talk about all these smokescreens, right, and all the rumors leading up to the draft, but the one thing that never sat well with me, if we want to use it as a smokescreen, is every analysis in terms of the quarterbacks, just the level of play, was Justin Fields and Trey Lance were, projected to be a little bit better than Mac Jones. It just didn't really make sense to trade up that far to go and get him. So ultimately it makes more sense that it's a guy like Trey Lance. I think Shanahan can do a lot with quarterbacks like that. It fits the mold really well. I really like the selection, and you can still keep the door open if you want to keep Garoppolo. It looks like potentially that's still going to happen because the Patriots collected the quarterback here, so it made sense to me. I like it a lot, and I cashed a ticket on it, so it also helps.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of people could have made some decent money on Trey Lance going here, and today I didn't know what to believe, guys, because we had seen this type of buzz after Justin Fields' pro day, where it went from plus 250 all the way to minus money, and then today we get, we ultimately get this smoke screen and it comes home that it is Trey Lance. But to JVT's point, it makes sense. Kyle Shanahan's thought of it as offensive genius, and you're trading away 2 first-round picks for a guy with not a high ceiling. So that made a whole lot of sense. You heard all these glowing remarks. So ultimately, they get a guy, and I think it's a promising pick there.
Well, yeah, and definitely an offensive genius for letting people think that he was going to pick Mac Jones all week. What do you think about the Bears trading up to get Justin Fields? Were you surprised to see how far down he got or where he ended up?
Yeah, because when we talk about Fields, the negatives just didn't make a lot of sense. When you watched him play, when you saw the analysis behind him, the way that he was sliding was really surprising. And so remember, coming into this football season in 2020, there was analysis and rumors that Fields could surpass Trevor Lawrence with a good enough season. And then, of course, he falls all the way to the Bears. So I really like it a lot. Chicago needed to do something at quarterback. They obviously were struggling. I think he fits Nagy's scheme very well as well. And he looks like one of the more pro-ready guys outside of Trevor Lawrence in this draft to me. So I love it. I think it's a great steal.
And it gives Chicago excitement. They've been looking for a guy like this for so long. And, to trade up to number 11, it was thought, I thought number 8 would ultimately be a guy where you'd have to get, or maybe even 7 all the way. So ultimately, you get Justin Fields, you only have to go up to 11. I mean, that's big for the Chicago Bears team. And they've got a situation where Andy Dalton starts the year, and Justin Fields at some point will take over that job.
Yeah, and Vikings did just select Christian Darrisaw there, so that pick is in, the 23rd pick there. But I want to go back again here to another quarterback, Mac Jones. Poor guy, we had to watch him sweat. We know that's that feeling being bettors. But we had to watch him sweat and see which team would finally end up with him. And it's the Patriots who just kind of let him fall into their lap. What do you think of that?
It makes sense to take him there, right? He falls, as you mentioned, into their lap. You don't have anything planned at quarterback for the future. I still think there's a very low ceiling potentially for Mac Jones. I think we can talk big picture about Bill Belichick kind of struggling to scout offensive talent in recent years. Haven't really hit it out of the park with quarterbacks they've drafted in the past as well. So I think there's that bigger conversation, but I think if we're just talking about the draft itself, it makes a lot of sense. And how about that sweat, too, by the way? We talk about sweats. 17.5 in some spots was the opening draft position for Mac Jones. And to see there it slipped, because I heard Matt and Gill talking about it. That was it. That was the spot. If he wasn't going there, we're talking about Brady Quinn, we're talking about Aaron Rodgers, we're talking about a really tumultuous slide. So it made a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm a little higher on Mac Jones just because of the people you hear talk about him. We had former tight end Chris Cooley on our show a bunch over the past couple weeks, and he loved Mac Jones. He says he's really a quick, he just can see the field so quickly, get the ball out of his hands. So you get him in with Josh McDaniels. Guys, I wouldn't be surprised if he takes over that job pretty quickly. I mean, Cam Newton, let's be honest, he was not effective whatsoever last year. He comes back, very cheap deal. So I think it's a good move. And, everyone was anticipating the New England Patriots to trade up. Bill Belichick doesn't trade up.
That's not his style.
Well, and we were talking about this on Twitter, right? When you looked at the way, the one thing I was strong about, Gill asked me the other day on a numbers game, like, what was the biggest surprise for you? What do you think is going to be? And I was like, I think the biggest surprise is that there's not going to be many surprises. Like, there's no real
Play out
need.
very chalky.
Right. Like, there's no real need to push to draft a guy to go within the top 10. You and I were talking about it on Twitter the other day. When I saw the way the draft was looking, like, there's so many quarterbacks in between or teams that didn't really need a quarterback. There was really no need to kind of push to get in there. And sure enough, Patriots just sit back and get them.
Quarterbacks total to go in the first round was 5.5. Do you think another one is going to go?
I don't. I know Matt is hoping for that Lamar Jackson type of trade-in. You know, there's always Tampa Bay, but it just feels like there's such a significant drop-off. I know there's buzz about Davis Mills and Kyle Trask. The only guy that intrigues me is Davis Mills, but I think you'll have an opportunity to get him there in the second round. I don't see the reason to trade up. I know there's that whole let's get that fifth-year option. I just don't see it happening.
Right, and like when do we see it, right? It was Lamar Jackson, right? We talked about it with
Teddy
Drew
Bridgewater.
Lock. We talked about it with Deshaun Kaiser. Like we talked about it with all these guys in terms of, hey, they can get in there in the end of the first round, when in reality, there's wide receivers available, there's potentially defensive players. Maybe the defensive well is running a little dry here. Barmore's still available, but I think that's the kind of thing.
And
like,
I think, honestly, guys, I think running back makes more sense with that fifth-year option because you chew them up, you spit them out, you 5 years, you pick up that option, you maybe franchise them for that 6th year, and you say, all right, on you go. So to me, it makes more sense to utilize that fifth-year option on a running back. So maybe Travis Etienne sneaks in to the end of the first round.
I'm sorry, Tim. I keep looking over my shoulder here. I want to see if Najee Harris is going to get drafted by the Steelers
the
here.
Most mocked pick out there.
Yeah.
Seemed to be destiny at that point, huh?
Yeah, Bay Area kid, Alabama running back. We'll see what they pick here.
There it is.
There it is. And I believe some of the VSiN staff even had Najee Harris as first running back to go.
Yep.
And there it cashes. So, I mean, what do you think of this pickup for the Steelers? Is this what the team was missing? I mean, we know it was offense.
It makes a ton of sense. I mean, he can catch the ball in the backfield. He's a battering ram. He's a 3-down back. He can pick up blockers. He did everything there in Alabama. He was and he's an incredible athlete too. You see him hurdling guys. We saw it in the semifinal. You know, hurdled over a Notre Dame defender. He's a remarkable talent, and he comes in. He's your starter right away, guys. And like I said, you get that fifth-year option on a running back. You pick that up, then maybe even franchise him. You get 6 years, and then you can move on, so you avoid having to pay him that big-time deal. I really like this for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
So I don't like it at all. But here's the thing. It's nothing about Najee Harris. This is a Steelers team that was in the I think it was the 30th or 29th in terms of run blocking for their offensive line. Their offensive line got worse in the offseason. Najee Harris doesn't fix that. Right, you can only do so much as running back. So you mentioned he's a battering ram. I hope he's an awesome battering ram.
I think he'll be successful this year. I do.
But it's not about him, right? It's about the line in front of him, and that's my problem. Is Najee Harris could be in a situation where we're talking about just getting met in the backfield consistently, not getting a lot of push. Like the problem with the offense or the Steelers last year wasn't they had a bad running back; they had a terrible offensive line, and I think it got worse in the offseason. So that to me was probably the issue here. It makes some sense, but I just don't know how successful he can be with the situation around him.
Yeah, it's one thing to hurdle over players in college or even in high school, but in the NFL, that's not really going to fly as well.
I think the big thing, too, about Najee Harris, guys, he really improved his game catching the ball out of the backfield. I like this pick for the Pittsburgh Steelers. I know Warren Sapp went on Gill's show this week and was very adamant about no running backs in the first round. I disagree. I think he's a plug-and-play starter, 3-down back. He's a guy that they're going to be handing the ball to a lot. And I wouldn't be surprised if he's up there for Rookie of the Year.
As we get later into this draft, do you guys have any bets left on the board that you're still waiting for that other shoe to drop?
Well, I got one here. I don't think it's going to happen, though. This is the last one, at least in the first round. Christian Barmore under 25.5. He ended up closing draft position 23.5. So it looks like he's not going to go within the top 25. And then I got a couple of Kyle Trask props out there, you know, small bets on, I think it's the Raiders at 30-1, Washington football team at about 18-1, and the Falcons at 10-1. So some specific teams for Kyle Trask.
My biggest bet remaining is Gregory Rousseau over 27.5. So we're sweating it out here. He was a faller. I think he closed around 31.5. So got a couple more picks to go. So Gregory Rousseau going over 27.5.
And JVT, thank you for reminding me. The Raiders, you're a Las Vegas guy.
Oh, yeah.
What did you think of this Raiders pick? Did they draft early again?
Yeah, of course they did. Look, his draft position, Alex Leatherwood seems to be a good offensive lineman. But again, the draft is about value and value selecting, right? Leatherwood's closing draft position prop here was 39.5. He was projected to be a second-round guy, maybe even a third-round guy. When you have guys like Darrisaw who are available, it just doesn't make much sense. But this has been the history of the Raiders. I guess you commend them. If you see a guy, they like a guy, they go get him. But this is a theme now in the Mike Mayock-Gruden era where they're overreaching positions, and this happened again today.
Yeah, and I thought, he's still on the board. Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah still available. I thought that could be a landing spot. Jenkins from Oklahoma State, so it does feel like a little bit of a reach, but Leatherwood in the Raiders defense did seem to be a riser down the stretch.
All right, a couple more bets we have to sweat out down here. For now, let's send it back up to Gill Alexander and Matt Brown.
Appreciate it, guys. Thanks so much. I'm with Tim Murray, by the way, and with Michael Lombardi. I love the Steelers taking Najee Harris at 24. And I know you love it because in the first 24 picks, that is now the 6th Bama player taken. 25% of the draft has been Bama.
We talked about there being a lot of outs on that bet. We knew there was going to be 4. I needed 6. There were 4 other outs. We needed 2 of them to get home. 2 of them get home by pick 24. Another cashed bet for us here, Gill. This has been such a good night, man. This has been such a good night. I need one more wide receiver, though, or we're going to cry tears. It won't be near what I thought the tears would be, but it will still be tears.
Yeah, can we get another wide receiver?
Yeah, let's just get one more wide receiver.
Yeah. By the way, again, let's just recap the last 3 picks. Actually, let's do the last 4. Kwity Paye from Michigan goes to Jonathan Von Tobel's Indianapolis Colts. They get the edge rusher they want. Caleb Farley, standout corner from Va-Tech, goes to the Tennessee Titans. Christian Darrisaw from Va-Tech. Vikings go offensive line at 23, and then Najee Harris from Bama to the Steelers. Long rumored to be his spot, and in fact, that is exactly what happens. And I'll say it for the final time. How many times did we watch Bama this year? And despite it being Mac Jones and Devontae Smith and Jalen Waddle, how many times did we say the best player on the field is Najee Harris?
And this is one of those as well. We actually, most of the people we talked to said, here's the thing. It doesn't seem like they're trying to hide it that they're going to take him.
Yeah.
Like, it's just kind of like, seems like they're going to take him. and sure enough, it gets to pick 24, and what they do? They took him. That's what was going on. We're sitting here we nitpick all these, and like, are these guys throwing a smoke screen? Are they telling us the truth? What's going on here? And then here we go with the Steelers. We get to them, and like, yeah, I think they're pretty much going to take Najee Harris. Like, they want a running back, and I think that they think they need a running back today, and they're going to take a guy who, again, as you and I say, one, not only the best player on the field, but is built for today's NFL. The guy is a guy that you don't have to take off the field all the time because he can catch the ball as well out of the backfield. So a true 3-down back, which is what we're, again, the modern day NFL back.
Yeah. And I don't want to diminish, by the way, JVT made a great point too about, doesn't help their offensive line. But boy, he's a player I would love to have, Najee Harris at 24. It's interesting because, besides the first couple picks, Trevor Lawrence to Jacksonville and Zach Wilson to the Jets, Kyle Pitts to Atlanta perhaps being in that category. Besides those 3 picks, Harris to Pittsburgh was the one that came through in terms of all the mocks that you saw. That's the team matched with the player. It wasn't Surtain to Dallas after all. It was Harris to Pittsburgh at 24. That's in fact what they get. The first running back taken in the 2021 NFL draft. We'll see, because most running back props were at 1.5.
It started at a half. And so if you had the half, you've cashed.
1.5 is now very much in play. Will it be Travis Etienne? We got 8 picks. We got a quarter of the first round still to come.
Najee Harris being the first running back was kind of in that anywhere between 130 and 175, kind of depending on where you got it. So kind of minus 130 to 175. But if you had that Najee Harris, there was also the exacta out there that we were talking about of first quarterback, wide receiver, running back. So if you happen to have had, which we knew it was going to be. We knew it was going to be Lawrence. So, like, if you had anything other than Lawrence as your first, then you were doing it wrong. But, you go Lawrence, then you go Chase, and then you go Harris. And if you just gone chalk, you're cashing a ticket right now.
By the way, I think we're going to be okay on wide receiver. The Ravens still have 2 picks to come. Certainly Jacksonville, who's picking now at 25, they could use a wideout. But the Ravens with 2 picks, I think we're going to be okay with the 5th wideout. Let's throw these up because this is fascinating. This is the all too early look. If we could throw those Rookie of the Year odds up again, gentlemen and ladies back there, because this is fascinating. This from DraftKings. They've already got the Rookie of the Year for next year, offensive Rookie of the Year specifically. We mentioned this a bit earlier. Trevor Lawrence is your short shot at 2-1, obviously the number 1 pick of the draft. Trey Lance to the Niners. You could argue that Trey Lance is the one surrounded by the most players in terms of the most talented players in terms of the teams that the quarterbacks went to in this first round. Trey Lance at 6-1, Mac Jones of the Patriots at 7-1, Zach Wilson also at 7-1, Justin Fields at 8-1. And you made a great point, Matt, on Primetime Action the other night. If you're thinking about making a bet in this market and not betting on a quarterback, think twice about it.
You're probably doing it wrong. I mean, again, we just had a wide receiver who had the most prolific season of any rookie wide receiver ever, and he didn't win it. And
you're talking about Justin
Jefferson. And he had the best season ever by a rookie wide receiver, and he didn't win it. And so, I mean, you look at this, and now we're also talking about 5 quarterbacks, likely at least 3 of them to play immediately. Probably all 5 end up playing, at some point.
The running back prop has cashed. Travis Etienne goes back-to-back running back. Najee Harris. Matt was worried you were going to see a grown man cry on this show. Maybe it's tears of joy after all. 24, Najee Harris to Pittsburgh, quickly followed by Travis Etienne at number 25 from Clemson to the Jacksonville Jaguars. So the over half running back cashes, the over 1.5 running back cashes. Bingo bango at 24-25.
This is stupid.
This man is weeping next to me.
It's just stupid.
Yes.
This is like every single thing. I'm running so pure. This is like next year I'm not making any bets because it's I'm going to go like 4-30 on next year's draft.
This is spectacular. So Jacksonville goes quarterback, running back for Urban Meyer, and perhaps they're going quarterback, running back, tight end, if you believe the Tim Tebow rumors out there. Travis Etienne, and you, by the way, as much as we love Najee Harris, you can't say a bad word about Travis Etienne either. What a career.
Not at all. Another three down, full can stay on the field, guys.
What a career at Clemson. We'll come back. We'll continue with the first round. 7 picks still to go right here on VSiN's live BetCast, the Draft BetCast 2021 from Circa.
When you deposit on DraftKings Sportsbook, you can get a bonus up to $1,000. But what are you going to do with all that cash? Throw it on a lock? How about a 5-team parlay? You hit it, you are swimming in moolah. Signing up is simple, and getting a deposit bonus up to $1,000 makes it even sweeter. So download the DraftKings Sportsbook app. Get your bonus and make it rain.
Before you place your next bet, visit VSiN.com for all the latest data and powerful betting tools. Start with our live odds, team comparisons, and previews for every game on the schedule. Then dive deeper with live tracking of betting trends and line movements. And don't miss our unique tools, including odds comparisons from sportsbooks across the country, prop bet search engine, and custom parlay calculator. Everything you need to increase your betting knowledge and confidence is at your fingertips. Visit VSiN.com today.
Every day brings another opportunity to improve your sports betting knowledge, and the VSiN experts are working around the clock to give you the betting edge. Subscribe today to gain access to the full betting experience of our team of professional bettors, expert guests, and sportsbook insiders. Get the data and analysis you need to improve your sports betting IQ. Start your free trial today at vsin.com/subscribe and take your sports betting game to the next level.
Join the action on DraftKings, the leader in daily fantasy sports. Just download the app and use promo code VSiN, that's VSIN, when you sign up to compete for cash prizes each week. Don't wait. Sign up now and new customers get a deposit bonus of up to $500. That's code VSIN when you sign up. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-GAMBLER or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. Must be 18 years or older. Eligibility restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com for details. Welcome back into VSiN's Draft BetCast. It looks like the Browns pick is in. Gill.
Hey, Danielle. Appreciate it. Danielle doing a great job down there, fighting the throng of fans that she has to deal with when she's down there. So,
a true celebrity, unlike you and I.
Oh, there's no question.
True celebrity, unlike
There's
you
no
and I.
question. We know how the pecking order is here. Let me just say this once again, because we may not have a chance to say this again tonight. I love the National Football League draft like nobody's business.
Yes.
It is not only a Christmas for adults, but it is, again, tried and true, the greatest betting vehicle there is.
Okay.
The Browns pick is in now.
Greg Newsome, corner, Northwestern. So that is defensive player, another cornerback, and another Big Ten player here.
We're up to 4 corners now, I believe, correct?
We are up to 4 corners. 4.5 is the number.
Yeah.
I have that one. I'll be sweating that one.
You have over?
Over.
Okay.
Over on wide receivers, which is sitting at 4 as well. What this also does, we have 11 SEC players, 12.5.
Oh my God.
Is the number there. We have 5 ACC players, 5.5 is the number there. So one more ACC player for that one to cash. We're up to 5 Big Ten players, 6.5 was the number there, Gill. So
let me also, so Baltimore now, the first of their 2 picks in the first round of the NFL draft, they're up now. The Ravens are. The Ravens could solve, but could grade or could cash, I should say, for some several props with 1 pick. If they go wide receiver, it would cash the over for wideouts at 4.5. It would also cash for those of us who had offensive players at 17.5.
Yes,
would cash that, would get to an 18th offensive player. I realize a lot of people have offensive players at 18.5. And they're quickly followed by the Saints, who I have the Saints picking a defensive player. I made that bet at 28. So the Saints, who were rumored earlier today and so many rumors, this was certainly not the biggest rumor of the day. Obviously, those involved Aaron Rodgers. But the Saints were rumored to want to trade up to draft Caleb Farley. Obviously, that ship has sailed because Caleb Farley went at 22 to the Titans. So we'll see if the Saints go offense or defense. But right now, it's the Ravens on the clock.
Yeah, it could be interesting with the Saints. I mean, we definitely know that they need a wide receiver, right? I mean, like it has been the Michael Thomas show, and that's been it. And especially now, it's with Drew Brees retiring, and it's going to be Jameis Winston back there. You would think you would want to try to help him out as much as humanly possible because, Michael Thomas, 1, had a tough time staying on the field last year as it was anyway, and then 2, they had no secondary help really whatsoever. So, there are some very talented receivers that are still, they're slot guys, but Michael Thomas is an outside guy. So you bring in a slot guy, it could fit pretty well here with this. So definitely a couple of other receivers out there that could go. So I think that gets home, like you're saying. I think offense gets home for sure. And it looks like, there's still some SEC players. You said you like Barmore. He's still available out there. There's a couple of other SEC guys that could go. So, man, we could really be looking at a bunch of these overs cashing here unless you had the defensive over, which might not.
Yeah. Well, we didn't expect that. At least those of us here did not expect that to happen. Ravens first of 2. I have an underplay on Terrace Marshall at 30.5. Here's where I get worried about that one. Will the Ravens go with Terrace Marshall at 27, or will they get me by a hook and get him at 31, the wideout from LSU? Or will they go a completely different direction? But Ravens needs offensive line safety. They need to help Lamar Jackson with a wideout.
Yeah, they do badly.
Yeah.
They do badly. And it just, I guess it really just comes down to if there's somebody they had super, super high on their board that we just don't know about that happens to have fallen down to them, but that's about it. This Browns team, Gill. Newsome, Greedy Williams, Grant Delpit, John Johnson, Jadeveon Clowney, Tack McKinley, all basically got added to this team because Delpit missed with injury.
Yeah.
Greedy Williams missed with injury. They drafted Newsome. They signed Clowney. They signed Tack McKinley to a defense that was already pretty good as it was. By the way, Myles Garrett is still on that defense as well. it is going to be nasty, that defense.
The Cleveland Browns season win total, which started at 9.5, opened at 9.5 at DraftKings.
Which we pounded.
Yeah, 10 now, I'd still go over. 9-8 would seem to be a terrible disappointment this coming year. We're coming back. Gill Alexander, Matt Brown, Danielle Alvari. It's VSiN's live DraftCast right here from Circa.
It's $1 million hoop season, and DraftKings is giving you a shot to turn big buckets into big bucks. That's right, new customers play free for millions with their first deposit. Just craft your winning lineup of players and turn baskets into bread with your team all season long. So download the DraftKings Daily Fantasy app, sign up with the promo code, and take your free shot at millions in prizes. DraftKings, make it rain.
Did you miss a VSiN show? We have multiple daily and weekly podcasts to keep you up to date on all the latest sports betting action. VSiN Best Bets bring you the highlights from our daily lineup of shows, including Follow the Money and A Numbers Game. Market Insights with Josh Applebaum gets you ready with the latest lines in action. Beating the Book with Gill Alexander provides the insider view on analytics-based betting strategy from professional bettors, handicappers, and sportsbook operators. Visit VSiN.com/podcast today to find all of our podcast options.
Check out the VSiN store for the latest and greatest in sports betting fashion. We have more than 40 shirt designs, including our most popular one. Cash and tickets is what it's all about. You'll find VSiN shirts and hats for any occasion, and they're all made to order, so you can find the right design, color, and size perfect just for you. You'll find VSiN hats and even VSiN coffee mugs, all in our online store. Just go to VSiN.com/store and order now. That's VSiN.com/store.
Kentucky Derby is this evening, and the VSiN horse racing experts have analyzed the horses, jockeys, track conditions, starting positions, and prior race results to find the betting edge. Whether you play the horses every week or search the terms exacta and trifecta once a year during the Triple Crown, our team is here to get you ready to make your best bet. Visit VSiN.com/horses to find our full race coverage, special offers from our partners, and picks from horse racing specialists, including Dave Tooley, Ron Flatter, Jeff Siegel, and Jeremy Plonk. That's VSiN.com/horses. Welcome back into VSiN's Draft BetCast. The Ravens have made their pick. It's Rashad Bateman, another wide receiver off the board. Gil?
And what that means, Danielle, is that the over wide receivers prop has cashed at 4.5. And for those of us who had offensive players over at 17.5, that has cashed as well. So that's a twofer for me on that one. Rashad Bateman, by the way, the first Minnesota Golden Gopher wide receiver to ever be drafted in the first round in the history of the National Football League draft. So congratulations to him. Again, a guy whose draft stock probably got hurt, if anything, by playing last year after coming off just a spectacular year for the Golden Gophers the year before.
All right, let's put this camera on me and Gill right here because we have some. For all of you people out there that tuned in to watch grown men cry, because we said if this wide receiver bet of 4.5 wide receivers did not get over, we were going to be grown men crying on set. Ha! You're not going to get it. Not going to get it. No, we are not crying on set, Gill.
Very large.
That is another winner right there. What this also does is, though, gives a sweat to a bunch of these other bets. I mean, again, offense now, if you didn't get the best of the number, 18.5, now you need one more offensive player. If you were on Big Ten players, that's 6 Big Ten players, the number was 6.5. If you were on ACC players, 5.5 was the number, it's sitting at 5. SEC players, 11 have been taken. The number was set at 12.5 right there. Cornerbacks was set at 4.5. We have 4 corners that have gone. So these picks all mean something from a betting perspective to all of us as well, because there are a lot of bets that can still be decided here in these last few picks.
Yeah, and 18.5 offensive players, perhaps for those who didn't have it, 17.5 like myself, that's perhaps the next one to fall. We will see what New Orleans does with the next pick in the draft, the 28th overall, the 5th to last, if you will, of the first round. And again, I worry about your quarterback prop on a night when you could seemingly lose nothing. I just worry about Tampa Bay picking a quarterback with that last one at 32.
Well, with ATN gone, I'm more worried now.
Yeah.
I thought they had a luxury pick. Obviously, every single one of the running backs are on 1-year deals, and you could bring in ATN. Again, you get him on a rookie contract down there at pick 32. He's kind of a luxury pick for you, and you're able to kind of go on about your way.
22 starters, all starters back next year.
And so it's kind of like, okay, you know what? We're gonna have a running back in the room at the end of this season. So let's go ahead. We'll get this guy. We'll bring him in. But yeah, I thought that could have been the luxury pick for them there. But now that he's gone, look, it won me a bet. I mean, so I already hit the.
Look at all that green. Nicely done. Look at that.
It is a thing of beauty. There's no doubt about that.
And note that even the red check marks, those are all big plus money. So that's just 1 unit each time. So don't be alarmed by the few reds that are even in there, the few crosses. Getting it done. I thought I was having a big draft. You're having a monster draft. Good for you, man. And our instincts, I'll get back, for those who are just tuning in and you're wondering, what is this all about? This is VSiN's Draft BetCast live from Circa. It's Gill Alexander, Matt Brown, and Danielle Alvari on the floor at Circa. We've been just watching the draft, unlike mainstream media. We've been doing it through the prism of bets, live bets from time to time, citing DraftKings lines, but also just everything we bet pre-flop. And really the headline of this draft had been what happened at number 3. Let's face it, that was the headline. What would happen with the San Francisco 49ers at number 3? Today, Trey Lance became the favorite. What had been a roller coaster market that had featured different favorites along the way, but had really settled in as Mac Jones is the favorite in the betting market until this morning, when Mac Jones all of a sudden started crashing, and Trey Lance, somebody knew something, he became the favorite, and it corroborated what you and I, our initial reaction on primetime action the night of that trade, that the Niners sent a haul of picks. They swapped first-rounders with the Dolphins, sent 2 additional first-round picks to the Dolphins to get to that number 3 pick. We said it that night. We said, this is a pick that is absolutely not for Mac Jones. Mm-hmm. It's either for Fields or Lance. And mainstream media the next day went completely the other way, said it's clearly for Mac Jones. It's Kyle Shanahan's kind of guy. We never wavered until everybody kept telling us, you guys, you're sinking your money into it. You're wrong. It's Mac Jones. And in the end, it wasn't. It was Trey Lance, and that is really the headline of this draft. Maybe Mac Jones falling to 15 with the Patriots is the other sort of sub-headline.
Yeah, I mean, it's when you take a look at how things have really played out here. I mean, look, if you're a Bears fan too, Gill, I think if you're a Bears fan, you go up, you get a quarterback that, again, a lot of people had rated as the second best quarterback in this draft.
Yeah.
Like a lot of people had rated as the second best quarterback in this draft. And you get him outside of the top 10 and you're able to, again, we were saying Andy Dalton wasn't the answer. Andy Dalton was never going to be the answer.
No.
And so now you've got a guy that can be the answer. And again, if you believe what all of these people who are smarter than Gill and I say, that this was the second most talented quarterback in this draft, then if you're a Chicago Bears fan, I think that you feel pretty good about that.
I think I would argue that the Bears fan base might be the happiest of all fan bases.
Yeah.
There certainly isn't one happier than they are today because Andy Dalton, as you said, was not making the juices flow. By the way, the Saints do in fact go defense. Chalk up another check mark for young Gill. I had the Saints going first pick defense. They do go defense. They go Peyton Turner, the defensive end out of Houston. And so they don't get Caleb Farley. That was the rumor with the Saints that they would trade up and try to get Caleb Farley. The Titans took him a few, earlier in the first round. I think at 22 it was. And so New Orleans goes defense. They go Peyton Turner. You're a guy from New Orleans, or from Louisiana anyway, and you have said it clearly. This is not it's post Drew Brees. The Saints aren't winning the Super Bowl this year. Let's be blunt.
Right.
And so, the draft is Christmas for all these teams. But with the Saints, it's sort of it's a rebuild. And instead of helping out Jameis on the offensive side, the chalk wins. They do go defense.
And I think that they probably looked at it and, sometimes maybe you just call a spade, Gil, and you look and you say, like, guys, it doesn't matter if we get Jameis Winston, all the talent in the world, right? Like, we're still dealing with a guy who we're just 2 seasons removed from him having a 30-30 season, not in a good way. 30 touchdowns, 30 interceptions, and so I think they probably just came to grips and said, like, look, he's our quarterback for a year, and let's go ahead. We'll build the defensive side of the ball. We can build the offensive side of the ball after that. So, but another defensive player off the board here. So now we're up to 10. We're down to our last 4 picks. You need all 4 to be defense if you had the over.
If you had the over on 18.5, those of us who had the 17.5 already in. But yes, it would have to be all 4 defense. That ain't going to happen.
Ain't going to happen.
Green Bay on the clock. We're coming back right here from Circa on VSiN's live Draft BetCast.
When you deposit on DraftKings Sportsbook, you can get a bonus up to $1,000. But what are you going to do with all that cash? Throw it on a lock? How about a 5-team parlay? You hit it, you are swimming in moolah. Signing up is simple, and getting a deposit bonus up to $1,000 makes it even sweeter. So download the DraftKings Sportsbook app. Get your bonus and make it rain.
If you thought there was a sports betting offseason, think again. Our VSiN sports betting experts are working 24/7 to keep you informed on every sport. The over pays the same for a baseball game or a football championship, and our team grinds year-round to help improve your betting IQ on every sport. We have experts in baseball, hockey, golf, basketball, NASCAR, and horse racing. Turn this offseason into a winning season and start your free trial today at vsin.com/subscribe. Are you VIP material? DraftKings VIPs enjoy exclusive benefits, enhanced promotional offers, top-tier customer support, access to personalized contests, and more. Visit DraftKings.com/VSiN to learn more. Plus, everyone can download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now, and new customers can get up to $1,000 as a sign-up bonus. Sign up with the promo code VSiN, that's VSIN, to claim your exclusive offer. If you or somebody you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. Must be 21 or older. Eligibility restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Welcome back into VSiN's Draft BetCast. Surprise here, the Packers selected a defensive player. What do you think of this, Gill?
Well, they didn't give Aaron Rodgers help on offense.
They did not.
It's probably the headline of that pick. Eric Stokes, the quarterback out of Georgia. Yet another SEC player goes. By the way, cornerbacks over?
Over corners.
Over corners. Eric Stokes goes
Fire it
to
up,
Green
baby.
Bay.
Another
one.
So now the sweat really. So that's now 12 SEC players. So again, the number was 12.5.
Yeah.
We are sitting on the next Big Ten player would be over, the next SEC player would be over, and the next ACC player would all be over.
I don't want to suggest something that's just narrative, but last year, of course, the Jordan Love pick for the Packers, which infuriated, I guess, Aaron Rodgers to the point where he had just a monster season. Like, I'll show you, right? And Aaron Rodgers is going to be their quarterback, at least unless those rumors today were true that he's going to be jettisoned somewhere. Certainly, he's not going to lose the job by performance. Then the whole Aaron Rodgers thing today, kind of a 1 year later, oh, you embarrassed me on draft day last year? Watch this. And Aaron Rodgers' disgruntled feeling about the franchise came to light on draft day. Then at 29, they end up going corner. Are these things related?
I mean, after today,
Yeah.
well, I mean, definitely. They were looking and they were like, okay, you wanna go do this? You wanna put this out on draft day? All right, we'll show you. We'll show you. We'll go corner.
Yeah, there's three picks left in the
because Elijah Moore was like in a ton of first round mock drafts, tons and tons of them.
Yeah,
could have easily have taken him. Decided not to.
Eric Stokes was not mocked to be in the first round at all, was he?
In some, but he was moving up because he just had a monster pro day and all the things like that. Ran like the 4.29 or something like that at pro day. Had a ton of starts in the SEC. So again, he's guarding the very best players in the country and whatnot. I had the under, which Kelly didn't put on the screen here, which is fine. It's fine.
He robbed you? He robbed you of a winner?
Yeah, I had under like 40. I think it was 46.5 or something like that on him.
Kelly.
So that one gets home as well, just because there was some late steam that people, again, we talk about this all the time. People get intrigued by speed, right? Like they just get fascinated with speed, and you can't teach speed. And here we go again with another guy that runs a sub 4.3, and it's like first rounder.
Kelly was too busy making NBA live bets.
That's what he was doing.
So he left out one. Kelly Bidlin, our buddy on Primetime Action, part of the Primetime Action crew, who produces the show nightly for us. Buffalo on the clock. One might have thought that they would go running back, but Etienne is gone. So perhaps that's off the board now for a Bills team that has the luxury of going maybe offensive line, maybe corner themselves, although now corners are off the board. Please don't go tight end. I have under 1.5. Please don't do that. That's the only team I'm worried about here down the stretch. Buffalo with the 30th pick of the draft. Which way do you think they go here?
I mean, this is, like you said, this is a true luxury.
Yes.
Like luxury pick here. I mean, you're looking at a team that has really no glaring holes, no real glaring weaknesses. And so I'm pretty sure you hear this all the time. Like they'll talk to a ton of GMs tomorrow, and a ton of GMs are going to say like, well, he was the highest ranked guy on our board. So like, we take, I think this is honestly going to be one of those, like whichever, they just kept scratching off names, and whichever one's left up there is probably the guy they're going to walk up there and say.
Yeah. Defensive line, they could go. I would need, by the way, I'm on the cusp of losing one. Terrace Marshall under 30.5. That's not going to work out for me. Just don't go tight end. That's all I want. But it is a luxury pick. By the way, odds to be a first round pick that we're showing on the screen here. You see some of the names that were called. Gregory Rousseau at -286 has not been selected. I do believe that Tim Murray mentioned that cashed for him over 27.5 on Gregory Rousseau. But all the others here, Najee went, Jamin Davis went to Washington, Rashad Bateman off the board. So you have some guys where folks had to lay some juice.
So coming into this, Gill, again, this was just these are the odds coming into the draft.
Yes.
So they didn't obviously think that this was going to be the scenario where it played out, where both of the running backs are going to be gone. But running back to the Bills was actually the favorite, plus 200.
Yes.
For them to take. Corner was 325, defensive lineman 400, and then linebacker 600. Everything else was really long shot here because, again, everybody kind of said, okay, look, I think at the end of the day, it's going to get down to them. And ATN's going to be sitting there, and they're going to say, look, we can bring in a guy that can play all three downs, and let's go ahead and get another weapon here on this Bills offense, and let's go and make a run at this thing. But he's not there. So
the Bills pick is in, and they're going linebacker. They're going Azeez Ojulari from Georgia, so back-to-back Georgia players.
And there's the SEC over.
SEC over. What's that, 13 or 14?
13.
13 for the Southeast Conference. Again, 6 of those from Bama in the first 24, 13 for the SEC. King of college football conferences, of course. So 2 back-to-back Georgia defensive players. Look at that. SEC over 12.5 was plus money, plus 133 at DraftKings. Bama over 5.5. That was chalky at minus 250. Those hit easy.
Oh, wait. Bills, this is saying Greg Rousseau.
Oh, wait.
To the Bills.
Did they put up something different? I'm sorry. Greg, pardon me, got that wrong. Thought that came up. My apologies. Did they get that wrong on screen? I might have gotten it wrong, but they might have too. Gregory Rousseau, pardon me, defensive end from Miami. There you go. So those who did bet Gregory Rousseau, pardon me, for the first round and laid a lot for it, they get it just in the nick of time. Gregory Rousseau goes to Buffalo. So the second edge or the second defensive lineman from Miami in the first round, along with Jalen Phillips earlier, Gregory Rousseau goes to Buffalo at number 30.
And so there's your
pick.
ACC over.
Yes.
So ACC now at 6 players. There's your over on ACC. If you had that SEC ticket, you're going to need one of these final 2 picks to go SEC.
I'm going to say they faked me out up on screen. I'm going to say that. I could be wrong. But Gregory Rousseau goes to Buffalo at 30. So that's the deal there. So 2 picks now left. By the way, my Terrace Marshall, I finally have a loser here. Terrace Marshall, not under 30.5, but watch Baltimore here at 31. But they already got their wide receiver.
Yeah.
So they're not going to go wide out here. So Baltimore on the clock. Baltimore and Tampa Bay, the final 2 picks of the first round. And essentially what you are sweating is the quarterback prop.
I need no quarterback for the last 2 picks in the draft. Can you just do me this one favor?
And there needs to
People out there, I'm going to talk right into the camera. You don't need a quarterback.
No.
And we know that the Ravens don't need a quarterback.
And let me just say this. You don't need a tight end either.
No, you don't need a tight end. You don't need a quarterback. Listen, you don't need to trade up. So Baltimore's definitely not taking a quarterback. You don't need to trade up with Baltimore and get a quarterback here. He'll be available in the second round.
That's right.
Just leave it alone.
And just to clarify, because I got the 30th wrong, the SEC over has not cashed.
Not cashed. We're still sitting at 12.
So you need one more SEC player.
The ACC did.
Yes, but ACC got over what, 2.5 for ACC, I believe?
It's 5.5.
5.5 for ACC. I was looking at I was looking at a different conference. All right, so Matt, here are some of your draft bets. Let's look at some of these green check marks if we could. Let's give the man his due. Justin Fields. So the Justin Fields under 4.5 is the only one you lost where you laid some juice.
And there should be 2 checks on the wide receiver and the cornerbacks because those hit after this graphic was made. So total wide receivers over 4.5, cornerbacks over 4.5 as well.
All right, let's get your second page here. To wrap this up here, see how you're doing on the second page. I don't know if they have that. It's got a lot of green check marks, too. It's what we're trying to get to.
Just take our word for it.
And mine has a whole bunch of green check marks
Yours does as well.
Yeah, it's been there's your second page.
There we are.
And again, the only crosses there for you were all plus money, so those don't hurt that much. And if they get around to it, they could show mine as well. It has been a spectacular night with these picks, and still 2 more to come. I'm not sure if we're going to be able. Here's some of mine. By the way, that should be 5-1 with the green right there. I hit the over 4.5 wide receivers and the over 17.5. Also hit New Orleans first pick defense, so that should be 6-1 for me on that screen. 6-1, not too shabby. And on page number 2, on top of that 6-1. The only one that really hurt me was the Mac Jones under 9.5.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only one that really got me in this draft. But I'm happy to lose it with all the other winners. Here are all the other green ones. That tight end's under 1.5 still pending.
That should hold.
Yeah, the Terrace Marshall's going to be an X. That's an X. So that on the 6-1, That ends up being a 7-4, so that's 13-5 overall for young Gill.
Pretty good.
And I didn't have the best night of the two of us at 13-5. The only one of the 5 that hurt me at all, Mac Jones under 9.5.
The quarterback one will hurt me if one of these two picks goes to a quarterback. That'll hurt.
Well, I think I hope we can get 31, and maybe not. But again, Gregory Rousseau, the last pick to have gone in this draft, Gregory Rousseau goes to Buffalo at 30. So it's Baltimore at 31 with their second pick of the first round, and it is the Super Bowl champions, the defending Super Bowl champion Tampa Bay Buccaneers at 32. Just no tight end, no quarterback. I know we're getting greedy, but
we are. But hey,
yeah.
We want to go ahead and just sweep it on out of here.
I love that I went 13-5, and I'm not the winner of the night. That's awesome. And one of yours, of course, was a 9-1 shot.
Yeah.
So that's the real kill job right there. Well done. There's nothing better than the NFL draft, both from a football fan perspective, and I would argue once again, and as I have for 3, 4, or 5 years, 4 years in the run of VSiN, it is the finest betting vehicle there is. We have more to come tonight. Just because Matt and I are leaving doesn't mean the night is over. Tim Murray, Jonathan Von Tobel, they will do the whole NFL draft wrap-up at the top of the hour, and that will run through the night. And they'll put their summation on the night. Remember, first round tonight, second and third tomorrow. We'll be back on primetime action to discuss new props that are up there for the second and third round, and, of course, rounds 4 through 7 through the weekend. For Matt Brown, for Danielle Alvari, for the entire crew here at Circa, thank you so much for joining us on VSiN's live Draft BetCast. The wrap-up show is next.
It's $1 million hoop season.